What's going on, everybody? It's Redbeard here, and we're at Key West 2025 Offshore Powerboat Racing World Championship. Come check this out.
You ready for the Key West races or what?
Ready for it, man. Biggest race of the year.
Key West is totally different than any other race. There's no place like it on earth. It's the end-all be-all in offshore racing.
Four events later, we are here to cover the final day of racing, the 44th annual Race World Offshore Key West World Championships. You'll have continuous live coverage through all of the races, 7 race starts here today, and through all the intermissions, great interviews and insight. And by the end of the day, we will tell you unofficially who has won over the 3 days of racing for the Key West World Championships. Hi, Todd Swafford here with you. My 36th year of covering the World Championships on the radio here in Key West. Will be on a global live stream a little bit later on this morning at the start of the bracketed class racing with XINSURANCE Sports at the RWO Facebook page and YouTube channels, joined by Eric Colby of Speed on the Water, who of course covers the offshore scene and joins us for all the RWO live streams. Welcome, Eric.
Thank you very much. I guess the officials want to get things going, so we did just get notice that they are going to push to maybe get this going a little early with the Class 6 and 700 boats.
And also with us is Joey Cook of the Key Citizen, longtime Key Wester, and loves covering powerboat racing. And you'll help us with the, not only commentary, Joey, but the scoring here, which shows that we're going to have amazing races up and down the classes today.
No doubt. There's some of these points are just few less than 10 away, most of them. So the battle for the podium, battle for that third spot is going to be really interesting. And I took off my shoes last night, made sure I had plenty of digits to count, so I had to make sure everything was right and in place. So I've got my cheat sheet in front of me now, and we're ready to go. All those conchs know we have to use both hands and both toes to count that high.
Well, the weather conditions here, the winds have come down, but they are still blowing out of the east-southeast at about 7 miles an hour. You can't feel the wind here on the west end of the island here at the Truman Annex, the Outer Mole area. But I can tell you that it is blowing about 7 miles an hour, but it's going to be under 7, under 5 most of the day. The key factor that will happen later on this afternoon, we have an incoming tide, and it will go high at about 119. Now, when your second boats go out this afternoon, we're going to have a fast-moving tide that goes out in about 4 hours. So most of those afternoon races will be facing a strong outgoing tide. Tide here in Key West normally has about a 6-7 hour window. Today it is forecast to have a 4-hour window. So that means the boats will be dealing with fast moving water, and it will be outgoing. And if there is any wind coming out of the east, it will stack up against that tide at Fort Zachary Taylor. Good news, they are light today. Mm-hmm. And the boats will move fast. And much of the action that they'll see here inside of the harbor will be the waves and actions of 98 boats over a dozen more classes here, Eric, that'll be in and out of this harbor during the races, and multi-class races throughout the day.
Yeah, once they come past, enter the area where the seawall runs along the mole here, that's where the rebound wakes will come into play. And they bounce back off of here, and the next thing you know, guys aren't expecting it. They get a big roller that kind of kicks them sideways or kicks the bow up. So, yeah, they're going to have to be on their toes if they want to win that title.
A lot of boats racing today. 7 starts, 3 this morning before the intermission when the harbor is open for local traffic. And the first start at 10 a.m., bracket class 6 and 7. They will race 5 laps each in separate starts. Then the second race of the day at 10:30, the Mod Vs go 6 laps. Followed in the second start by Class 2 and 3. They will each race 5. And the third start of the morning, 11 a.m., bracket Class 2 and 3. They go 5 laps. And then, that's bracket Class 4 goes 5 laps. And then in the second start, bracket Class 5 and 300, The 300 boats only doing 2 laps. The 5s will do 5s. Then we'll have the intermission, and then at 12:30, the factory stock boats will race 8 laps. At 12:30, 1:15, Supercat and Extreme, 9 laps each, and after a helicopter refueling at 2:15, Pro Class 1 and the Super Vs go out. 10 laps for Pro Class 1 and 5 for Super V, and the final race of the day, the biggest fleet of boats, Super Stock, at 3:15, and they will have 7 laps today. So again, we'll be watching the winds. If you're here at the Mallory Square or the Truman Annex, the Outer Mole area, the Vendor Village, which is presented by Mount Sinai Medical Center, out at Fort Zachary, you're not feeling that wind too much. Maybe a little bit on the south side of Fort Zachary, getting a little bit of breeze. It's been a hot morning, and it's forecast to be in the low 80s today. Right now, already at 82 degrees. And the sun is shining. Not a lot of clouds here this morning, and we'll be dealing with a lot of glare. But if we can get this race going quickly, possibly we'll be done by 4:15, 4:30 this afternoon. A lot of incidents on Friday that slowed the racing up, and the race officials here did a great job, despite all of those red flags and boat incidents, getting the race on Friday, Eric.
Yeah, they, not to mention, even without an incident, the factory stock race, for example, the first one after the intermission was delayed by 30 minutes, and we're not sure why. So then you factor in that they had a blowover, and then you factor in, other things that went on through the day with super stock and some of the other classes. So the fact that we didn't finish that late, especially on Friday, because it improved Wednesday, then things improved on Friday, and I think today has all the markings of being able to go pretty smoothly. We'll just have to see. Guys are racing for the title.
That's Eric Colby of SpeedOnTheWater.com. Our global live stream now joining us, produced by XINSURANCE Sports. Todd Swafford, along with Joey Cook of the Key Citizen. Kevin Smith, a longtime racer in Mod V and up and down the classes, joins us again. And this is the 44th Annual Key West World Championships, presented by Race World Offshore from the Porte Products Broadcast Center, with Scott Porte at the helm. Leads the way in technology for the marine industry at Porte Products. We build performance into everything. All right, Kevin, what's going through the minds of boat racers as they're getting out today, the final day? You're in the hunt for a podium, possibly a world championship, and the conditions are laying down, but you still got to be wary here in Key West.
Themselves on what kind of setup that they went with. It looks like it's pretty flat out here, so I would think everybody's going to go with their biggest setup, especially for the spec classes, bracket classes. I think they're pretty much going to do what they're going to do. They might move some weight around, stuff like that, but this is the race that you can't leave anything on the table. You got to go out there with everything you got, and this is for the World Championship. So
this morning we got an incoming tide. Tide's not so much of a problem here for these morning races. As a Mod V racer, and we'll see them going at 10:30 this morning, or even all these V bottoms up and down the classes, especially the bigger ones. How do you approach a calm race like this, and still knowing that there's some holes out there on the course always, no matter what the conditions are? Key West Harbor is definitely at the mouth there. Is a tough spot of water to navigate, Kevin.
It is, and with the Mod V boats, I think pretty much everybody is going to be just playing with weight. So if it's a flat, calm race like it looks like it's going to be here today, you're going to probably have most of the weight back towards the stern of the boat, as opposed to forward. Because if you're in a rougher sea, you're going to put the weight forward to kind of punch through the waves. So here, like I said, if they start out with all their weight in the back, if they need some help to lay the boat down, pretty much all of the boats have a ballast tank, which allows water to come into the boat. So instead of putting your trim tabs down, where that's going to create drag and slow you down, you can put some ballast water in for whatever leg of the course that you might need it, which is typically going out to turn number 1 and between 1 and 2. And then when you're coming into the harbor, you can get rid of that weight. So you want to be going as light and fast as you can coming into the harbor and out of the harbor. So, this is going to be your fast water setup, your biggest prop. Probably going to be keeping the weight towards the back. And if you need to lay it down, if you find a hole somewhere, those guys are going to, okay, this is the spot in the course. I got to start paying attention. I might need tabs. I might need, ballast. But Yeah, they're going to be going all out, just like I think a lot of the Class 4 boats where they're getting a little bit bigger, over 30 foot. I'm sure they're going to be trying to stay light, just for acceleration and that kind of stuff. But should be a fast race today.
Great shot from Rick Lindsay, the X-Insurance Helicam, as we have boats milling in the harbor. He's heading out to the race site right now. We'll be watching amazing coverage from their Helicam throughout the race. Let's
we got a turtle on the course. So
we do have a turtle on the course, and so Rich Moretti and the Turtle Hospital here watching out for wildlife, and they'll be giving the wildlife the opportunity now, the turtle, to get on its way before we start this race. So we're expecting the bracket 600 to 700 boats to get going as soon as the course is clear. And Eric Colby, let's get the starting lineups in both bracket class 6 and 7.
Yeah, the lanes for these two classes are based on the results from Friday. So lane 1 is MDG, Mike McColgan, Jason Gavadas. Lane 2, Moderation, Johnny Saris and owner-driver Michael Lang. Lane 3, Logan's Heroes, Pat Marlowe, Steve LaPinta. Lane 4, American Hustle, Brandon Horrocks, Mike Iyer. Lane 5 is 608 Cigar Monster with Josh Landwehr and Mike Sadlon. Lane 6, Gerard Marine, Derek McIntyre, Chase Gerard. Lane 7, Islandscapes, Cassie Jotlick and Jaime Trujillo, the local team. Lane 8, All Animal Clinic, Johnny Owens and Clyde Petty in the 24 P&D with the 1977 Holman Moody and a TRS.
Whoa.
Old school. Yeah. Now, bracket 700. Lane 1, Dirt Legal, Velocity Factory Racing, Brad Christopher, Connor Langheim. Lane 2, Piston Broke. These guys come down here from Nova Scotia to race a bracket 700 boat. So, Jeff Pritchard, Scotty Young, thank you for making the trip. Lane 3, Red Rum, Anthony Cruz, Bobby Barneski. Lane 4, Safe Cash X Insurance, 14-year-old Marianne Stahlcup at the wheel and Scott Jobin throttling. Lane 5, Maximum Fire Escapes, Proven Marine, Max Zeldich, Craig Chittenden. Lane 6, Shocker Offshore, Ray Evans, Chris Colson. Lane 7, Kluwat Cartel, Blind River Bar, Dustin Kluwat, Darby Melancon. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. And Lane 8, M727 Yacht Management Racing, Martin Hazon, Luke Bassert. And Lane 9, 3rd edition, Johnny D'Elia and Jason Reimer. We are all clear for the course. The turtle decided he didn't want to get that close of a view, so now we can go racing.
Bracket class 600, V, open or canopied, single engine outboard or naturally aspirated inboard engines. Bracketed speed for these 22 to 26 foot V bottoms, 70 miles an hour. Bracket class 700, V, open or canopied, single outboard only. These boats are 20 to 22 feet in length, and their bracketed speed 60 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think the 700 guys are going to like this water.
Yes.
The 600 guys, I'm still looking for MDG and Moderation to battle for the title in that one, and then I think the guys in 700 are going to have to try to outrun the Dirt Legal Velocity boat.
Moderation's got work to do. Moderation can't win it alone. They have to have somebody in between them and MDG in order to win the overall title in that class. So they need help.
Because MDG is, 2 for 2.
2 for 2. So first or second gets MDG the World Championship here today.
The battle of the second generation engine builder throttlemen in Class 600, Johnny Saris and Jason Gavados. We have the boats coming up towards us on a plane. The pace boat is going to line them up, try to keep everything fair, and when it looks good to the official, they will throw the green. So let's see who gets the early advantage here.
All right, so the boats are up, and we're going to have a 600 start and followed by a bracket class 700 start. This is for the Conch Republic Championship, and all teams get an award for winning this day, but it's a part of a 3-day World Championship. So the race is on in bracket class 600. Here we go. The 44th annual Key West World Championship final begins.
Kevin, is this where it's hard to not break out?
Not here.
You're in that sprint out of the,
Well, you're giving it all you got right there, trying to get up to speed. I mean, it obviously depends on your speed in the class itself, but right here, you're trying to get up and going as quick as you can, find that happy spot where you're not going to break out. But going into the turn, that's probably where it's like, oh baby, we got to fight this.
Because all these boats not all, but most of them have the power to run faster.
There's a manatee on the course again, or near the mole here, so we're kind of monitoring that now too. We'll have to see where the helicopter is, and the sanctuary helicopter ends up there.
Watching our leaders in bracket class 600 sign off and head out towards turn number 1, 3-pin turn, more than 90-degree turn there.
MDG lane 1, the black boat lane right alongside moderation. And these guys are friends, so they're gonna not want to bump and rub, but they're gonna run close and competitive. Now we're back in the harbor looking at the 700 class start. Looks like third edition all the way to the outside is the white boat.
No scratches in this class. All these boats back out for their third day.
And the third edition is a good name because it's the third edition of Delia Racing in Key West from through the decades. Used to be special edition with John Delia and JD. And now we're back out to the lead in the 600, and looks like MDG's just out front.
Saris is right behind him. Took a good, clean, nice tight turn through one there.
Mike McLaughlin and Jason Gavados in the 26 Protector custom engines with the moderation team in chase. Michael Lange and Johnny Saris. Looking back at Logan's Heroes. Logan's Heroes
getting some air in that 24 Magnum.
Yeah.
I was just going to say this could be good water for that 25 Warlock in this class.
Pat Marlowe, Steve LaPenta in the 24 Magnum. There's your leaders as they come around. That's in front of Fort Zachary Taylor. Turn 2 is a wide sweeping 3-pin turn. Back into the harbor, and you can see the boats are not facing any challenges on this incoming tide.
Just each other. And this is the race we thought we were going to get. But the situation like this is where they're looking at that GPS
you
and
got
going,
it.
don't go over, don't go over.
5 laps here today for these boats.
I mean, this is the difference between lane 1 and whatever lane moderation started in right now. That's the advantage that MDG has.
That's it. With these guys, it's getting through the turns as quick as you can and accelerating out as quick as you can.
There's your leaders from the XINSURANCE Helicam into Key West Harbor and into that 180-degree hairpin turn. Now, as they get up here towards the pier house, they've got to take about a 10-degree turn starboard and get set up for the turn. That's certainly more critical as the day gets on with the catamaran classes. Line up for that 3-pin turn. A lot of mistakes can be made in that turn, Kevin.
I've done it.
You know?
Yeah, it's tight, buddy. And just like we're talking about, you get hooked up down this stretch between 2 going into the harbor. You're going as fast as you can, and then that thing comes up pretty tight. It's like, okay, we gotta. It's not the same thing you did out on 1 and 2. It's a different style completely. So
that was a
tricky.
nice turn MDG just made right there.
All right, here we come, our buzzing bees of Class 700. Look at that. Holy Toledo.
The killer bees. Yeah, I'm not even going to try to call who's. I think Dirt Legal's still out there, but let's let them
they
get
sit
closer.
They sit so much higher up in the cockpit than other boats. And that's definitely Dirt Legal in the lead there.
Yep. Here they come, and there's Piston Broke and Red Rum. So you're kind of same guys who've been out front, but
you can see the
it's early.
Turtle Hospital chopper watching our manatee off to the left of the
Dirt
screen.
Legal, Piston Broke. Sorry, Todd.
No, go.
Third edition is third.
Third edition third, and you got
Fourth
Red Rum
place,
fourth.
Red Rum.
Fifth is the 727.
Yep, and Shocker, I think, was sixth.
Sixth.
Safe Cash, seventh.
No, Safecast was at the back, actually, there.
Okay, so Blind River was seventh.
Mm-hmm.
Where was Maximum Fire Escapes?
I did not see Proven Marine come through, tell you the truth.
Oh, okay. Oh, and
He
there
might
goes the
All
last
Animal
boat in
Clinic,
bracket
yeah,
650.
650, yeah. I did not see the PN Proven Marine boat come through there. I missed that one.
Okay, we'll grab them. They're running 5 laps each, so when they come through all bunched up like that.
Great shot from XINSURANCE Sports deep in the harbor as we get a great look at that harbor turn here.
The manatee must be right there. It's where the fans that are seeing it right out front.
And I wonder if the manatee will go towards the helicopter or swim away from it.
Let's hope he can't jump that high. No, what's cool about the Class 7 boats, well, especially in the World Championship here, so this is the best of 3 days of racing, a culmination of 3 days of racing, whereas in the National Championship, you're going to race the whole season. You could be a brand new team, brand new boat, whatever, just come in here, go out here, give it a shot, see how you make out, and you're running with the best of the best out here in that class, and it's just a great stepping stone entry into the sport.
And there's Proven.
He was sitting there again. Must have been in front of the. He's head of third edition, so we must have missed him on that backside going through it with the third edition there.
There's a lot of traffic there.
Yeah, it must have been on just the backside of it. Looking where he's located right there. That would be my guess. Is that if he was up there, we just didn't see him on the backside.
Plus, this is the first time we're seeing them as maximum fire escapes. So
there's going to be a caution by the mole where the manatee is right here. So as they're coming back through the mole pier here, you're going to see they're going to
have a yellow flag out.
They're still racing.
Proceed with caution, but still race.
Blind River Bar, the whole horde of 700 boats just behind our leaders is our Class 600 MDG first place boat coming through again after lap number 2 of 5 here at the start finish line. Moderation in
Mike McColgan, Jason Gavados
in trailing position.
Mike's kind of becoming one of those sought-after drivers in multiple bracket boats because he runs the tunnel vision boat.
I think he throttles that one, so he goes back and forth.
No, Bryant throttles that one.
There's
Robert's going to be in Relentless today.
American Hustle, Brandon Horwicks and Mike Erie out of New York in third.
Actually, it was Logan's Heroes came by in third. American Hustle's in fourth.
Logan's Heroes holding a podium spot right now for the World Championships by 5 points over American Hustle. So that battle right there between Hustle and it's a battle for the podium for the week.
Off-screen Islandscapes comes through.
Yellow is off, green course back full on.
Back into the harbor again. There goes MDG, followed by Moderation. And Logan's Heroes in third. There's Moderation.
There's Logan's Heroes on screen right there, coming through the turn. 24/7 Magnum.
Holding podium spot here. Back to the X-Insurance Helicam with our bracket class 700 boats here. Red Rum. It's had a great year.
Red Rum is sponsored by Laguna Hot Sauce, who's a vendor here, and Great Lakes Chips. That's Piston Broke, which is Connor Langheim's old boat, the 22 Activator.
Piston Brook holds your spot there, second behind. Obviously, Dirt Legal, first place as the first 2 days, holds the big lead, but Piston Brook is sit second overall for the week right now if they can hold that spot. But that's a battle with Red Rum right next to him, about 10 points back right now.
And that's the 22 Progression. A lot of these boats built on Long Island.
Back to our leaders. That's Dirt Legal.
Yep.
Dirt Legal, Brad Christopher and Connor Langheim, and the 22 Velocity. Scott Porte bracket on that boat. Scott McCormick helping Brad Christopher after a motorcycle accident to get back into racing and got him into a bracket 700 boat.
One of the more purpose-built boats for the class.
Here we go. Red Rum up into second.
Piston Broke
third.
Still
Third
tight.
edition fourth. Group of Marines fifth, Shocker sixth, and Blind River seventh.
You got 8 boats within about 10 seconds between first and 8. That's awesome.
And then the 727 Yacht Marine is sitting 8th.
Did you had maximum fire escapes proven in fifth?
For fifth, yes,
Okay.
I did.
Thank you.
His fourth was third edition.
Yep.
And Piston Brook sitting.
Johnny D'Elia built that third edition boat in about 2 weeks. he just got it and put it together, and they even busted up the bottom a little on Wednesday. Oh, here's a boat off plane. It looks like just off the screen. It's our safe cash entry in bracket 7. So
that's
tough
the
day for
14-year-old.
Marianne.
Yeah, she's had a great week though.
Yeah, not too bad getting to come down here and race a boat in Key West at age 14. Good for her. Would like to, obviously, we'd like to see her finish, but must be a great experience, and hopefully she'll be back out next year.
Live coverage on the Race World Offshore live stream, Facebook page and YouTube channels, as well as XINSURANCE Sports on their media platforms as well. And locally live throughout the day at 97.7 Sports Radio FM and online at thezone977.com. Looks like Safe Cash Boat having a little bit of a issue. Hopefully that's just Guardian with the Mercury Racing 300 engine protection.
Yeah, they don't
protocols.
look like they're trying to get back going again, so they're going to spectate. But here comes MDG to finish lap 3 of 5. They've opened it up a little bit. They've opened it up quite a bit. Moderation still second. Johnny Saris, Michael Lang.
Looking back out at turn 2.
That's the Islandscapes being chased there by the Cigar Monster.
Islandscapes, local boat with Cassie Jotlik and Jaime Trujillo, Key West, Florida. Boat from Manatee Marine that was built by Hayari in Dubai. One of only 3 in the United States. Get another great shot of it. Cool livery, very Key West vibe to it.
Yeah.
Islandscapes. Super nice couple. Glad to see another team from the Keys. Islandscapes.
And any of these results we give you when they come by are unofficial, as we keep saying.
Another fabulous boat produced by Manatee Marine Unlimited.
Now the 608, the Cigar Monster boat, ultimate boat racing experience. You can rent one of those boats and try to go race it.
The 650 is not going to make it back around the
All Animal
you see
Clinic
him
boat
pulling
is
in the
out.
middle there, if you see, from the fans that are looking on.
Another great shot of Logan's Heroes deep in Key West Harbor running
They're
third.
sitting podium for the week. They are, sure enough, moving their place into the podium right now. 5 points ahead still of that American Hustle team.
And here's the Proven Marine Maximum Fire Escapes boat. Back now to MDG Performance, heading out to turn 1.
Cassie and Jaime.
Making
Go
that
Key
turn.
West. Go,
Yep.
go, go, Conch.
Proven Marine is actually a new team. I believe this is the driver's first race. So they're threatening. They're in contention.
They're sitting 5th overall in the point totals. Top 3 in that one are the three teams that are running 1, 2, 3 now. Dirt Legal, Red Rum, Piston Broker, your podium holders right now.
Piston Broke and Red Rum right here having a good battle, or is that third edition? We'll have to wait and see. But
The
third edition could be a
there.
spoiler in that, as far as what happens up front.
They've been hanging right there all week, and looks like they're there again today.
But here comes your leader in bracket 700. Dirt Legal, Velocity Powerboats. I'm waiting for them to come by us for the so we can get you the running order. Yep. They're still holding the lead.
Red
Tabs.
Rum breaking out actually a bit away there.
Don't
Here it
say,
is, Proven Marine into 3rd.
Don't say breaking out.
Piston
Proven
Broke all the way
Marine.
back to 5th.
Third edition's 4th. Piston Broke 5th. But
Shocker into 6th. Blind River Bar 7th. And that Yacht Marine.
Yacht Management.
Yep, that too. Yacht Management 8th.
I think this is where you're going to have to see some control over those
Yes.
speeds too. Everybody's
Yeah, the
up
guys
there
are so
dicing it out.
close.
Yeah, we have to caution. I mean, the results get changed more in bracketed class racing than any other. Again, these are GPS monitored boats. They have speed limits. If you go over your speed limit, you get a breakout, and there's a penalty against it. Sometimes they get stacked up. Everybody's got a breakout, and it could be the one that has the most breakouts.
Well, the thing is they don't. There's stuff that's recorded and then given to the officials. They don't know that one. They only know what's on their GPS in the boat. So MDG is on its white flag lap. Now they're crossing fingers, crossing toes. Want to get that title.
777 boat splashing pretty hard there in the harbor, is getting a lot of action from the other boats. So that smooth water is now churned up a bit here, as you can see in that one shot. MDG just cruising by and out for their final lap, leading in bracket class 600. Shocker overhead from the XINSURANCE Helicam.
The 21 Superboat with Ray Evans and Chris Colson. They'll be back out again in bracket 400.
Off screen, Moderation and Logan's Heroes, American Hustle 2, 3, and 4.
Yep.
So you see MDG out for their final lap. Last time through the 180-degree harbor turn. Cassie Jotlick, Jaime Trujillo, Islandscapes once again in chase of the leaders. Moderation, second place again, through on to the final lap with Michael Lang and Johnny Saris. Third edition, 777.
That's going to be a big one right there. Third edition, the PM boat there, the piston broke. I mean, right now,
That's Proven Marine.
If Proven Marine can get back into that, hold that third place spot, they were actually on the podium there because the third edition bumped down. The piston broke all the way out of place. So, I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how it breaks down here at the end.
Proven Marine, Maximum Fire Escapes, Max Zeldich and Craig Chiddington.
I take that back. I circled the wrong number. Piston broke actually is still holding, so they could actually finish fifth and still hold on past those two boats.
Rick Lindsay, our helicopter pilot, the XINSURANCE live stream here from Race World Offshore's World Championships. Action underway. First race of 7 here for the Key West World Championships.
Did not see the bat boat come through.
I did not either.
Have a chopper flying right in front of us that you can hear on the broadcast.
They're looking at something in the water right in front of us.
They're watching for that manatee.
Yeah, that's the animal hospital helicopter.
It was a nice breeze they brought through.
It was. And here's Red Rum, 22 progression. With the with that race hatch, that race deck on the back, that's one of the other purpose-built. Because the Rileys have a progression that's very fast. And I think they just had King of the Cut up on Long Island last weekend, which is always this is when these boats all run 90 to 100. There's no bracket in that race.
Yeah.
Here comes
our leaders, yeah.
Bracket class 700. Once again, they kept a very close group towards the top, staying near that 60-mile-an-hour speed, you can bet. Conditions allowing. And Dirt Legal with an outstanding season, national championship, and now poised to potentially be your world champion here.
One more lap after they cross the finish line here.
Beautiful race in 700 today.
And Dirt Legal has sponsored this boat all year, and the company is also going to expand and sponsor the 600 class boat as Ride Legal in 2026 with Scott McCormick.
Yep, Scott McCormick teaming up with Scott Porte, helping out Brad get that boat together. Porte put the Porte transom bracket on it.
Proven is back up to third.
Yeah,
great race.
Third edition is fourth. Piston broke fifth.
That fifth place still, that Piston broke, still gets them on the podium for the week in third.
Shocker sixth.
But
Blind River
River's
Bar,
right with
Kluwak Cartel seventh. And Yacht Management is in eighth. So one more lap for those guys. MDG in the class 600 boats. This is their white flag lap for MDG.
That should be it, right? 5 laps? That should be fifth. That's the 5th lap right there.
I only have that as 4. Are they pulling in?
5, 6. I didn't see a flag.
Yeah, I didn't either. I think they have
they're pulling in. That's 5 laps.
No,
I got 5 laps.
laps.
Moderation's definitely on the 5th time we've seen them come through.
So that's happening off screen. Moderation finishing in second, and
Checker just went
MDG.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the fifth lap of those guys.
MDG took the win.
As your chance, and moderation's number 2 on the podium for the week. Again, as long as unofficially, because there's always penalty points and other things that could be sanctioned on them. So
Do we see Logan's Heroes come through?
not yet, but they should
They're
be
coming
here
up
shortly.
next.
We saw American Hustle on screen. Yeah,
Here's
off screen
Logan's
now.
Heroes
Just
coming
to
through third.
let everyone know, Logan's Heroes has just finished in third.
American Hustle. That's a 5-point difference right there, but Logan's Heroes will be on the podium. Again, barring any other penalty points, Logan's Heroes does make it back on the podium for the week, so congratulations to them. Way to fight back into that first day.
They broke out Wednesday.
Exactly. So again, things can happen. The GPS is still have to be read, but if everything goes as thought, what we saw out here, Logan's Hero is going to be your third place today, third place for the week.
Islandscapes again, the Key West team of Trujillo and Jotlik.
Getting the finish. Oh, no, there's the Cigar Monster got back up and going.
It's in trail of Islandscapes.
Yeah, but it's a lap down is what that was.
Back to Blind River Bar, and what an entry for them into Class 700 this year.
You see their tow vehicle?
Oh, yeah, crazy,
It's
huh?
an ambulance.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
And they still have the lights and
The side, they let you know
and
they're
they
coming.
let it up.
Yeah. Dustin Kluwat.
Dustin knows how to make an entrance.
Yeah. Darby Melancon.
I'm pretty sure all the folks down at the Blind River Bar are at a watch party watching this, so thank you for
another round on Dustin, everybody. Love you all. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you down in the bayou. Big shot overhead. Great bird's eye view of the course. Watching our bracket Class 700 boats now from the XINSURANCE Telecam for their final pass of the day, the 44th Annual Key West World Championships. Go back and watch the races on YouTube, both at XINSURANCE Sports and Race World Offshore's channels.
Yeah, here they are. They're headed out at just making the turn at turn 1. So let's see if we have the Dirt Legal still leading the way.
Everybody's going as hard as they can, too. Doesn't matter how far back you are. Anybody up front breaks out or has some kind of mechanical issue here, you're right there.
Third edition now has inside position on Proven Marine as they get to the buoys.
Tight race.
Johnny D'Elia, with that name, he knows how to run a boat. Well, it looks like the velocity is, Connor has it riding nice and even, nice and level. When they came by before, the tabs were just level to extend the running surface.
Yep.
I'm not sure if I'm sure the Red Run has tabs, but I just didn't see them.
Wow, look at
But here they go making the turn. Brad is holding the line. He's going to defend that inside. They're going to have to come around him. But now what Red Rum has to do is defend second from third and fourth, because this looks pretty tight.
This is where you got to just be smart. You got to
Yeah.
hold on. Don't get over anxious. Just do what you've been doing the whole race.
Your natural instinct is just to push that throttle down, Kevin.
You got it.
Yeah. Go get them. Got to watch the GPS here. And there they come across. Great season for Brad Christopher and Connor Langheim. Dirt Legal, the Scott McCormick Velocity-inspired team with the Porte bracket and the Mercury 300, winning here again today in Key West.
Proven.
Red Rum second, Proven third.
Third edition fourth.
But this is the one right here. Actually, Blind River can really mess it up for Piston Broke, but he's not going to do it quite. Piston Broke will hold the podium in the long run and for the World Championship.
Awesome finish.
And the other thing to think about, what's Connor, 20, 21? Imagine having the discipline at that age to do this. I mean,
Oh, it's great seeing so many of these young, kids getting out here and getting in it. And
Yeah.
a lot of the kids that are getting into it have got some pretty good mentors. I mean, their dads are
Yeah.
pretty. Been out here for a long time doing it, and I think some of them just naturally get it, But yeah, it's pretty sweet when you have an opportunity like that to get out here, and we're having a lot more of it. I mean, Nick Buis and J.J. Turk with their kids, and
Yep.
you know, Jay Muller got
Owen
his boys
Buis
into it.
and Cameron Turk and Jackson Chase Muller are running a Supercat, and I think they're in their early to mid 20s.
Yes, they are. Yeah, I think Jack started when he was 10 or 11. So yeah.
And the one thing so many of these guys have in common is if they're not in a boat, they're on a motocross bike, and they get the same timing. That's that throttle timing. I mean, that goes back to the day Charlie Hames when he ran Restore. He used to ride dirt bikes.
Mm-hmm.
So many.
So I mean, Travis Pastrana.
Yeah, so
has
many.
done everything on 2 and 4 wheels.
Yeah, Steve Curtis was racing bikes before his dad threw him in a offshore powerboat. So many powerboat racers have come up through.
Yeah, I mean, Billy Moore used to do it, and the thing he said was, I could go do that, and no one knew who I was.
Look at
there was no pressure on.
That's right. Dirt Legal with their checkered flag, as well as MDG. Big week for them here. Of course, all results are unofficial. And the award ceremony tonight, pre-awards, 6 o'clock for the Conch Republic Championship. Awards will be handed out for the winners today, and the overall champions will be named immediately following. The awards are at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater.
And the cool thing is Jason probably built the engine, rigged the boat, did the whole thing down at MDG Performance.
Oh yeah, they work on all their stuff themselves.
Yep.
Yeah, they got to be happy today, man. Good job, boys. Good job.
And Mike's right down there too in Maryland,
Yeah,
right?
Yep. We all live with about a half an hour each of each other.
And speaking of guys named Mike from Maryland, we want to say hello to the silver-tongued Mike Yowowski.
Yeah, man.
Boy, Mikey.
Mikey, what a great job this year. Great job as always at all the events you did. Matt Chulio jumped in on a couple this year. Had a fantastic race to call there in St. Pete, and I was happy to see that they were able to get to Inglewood as well.
Yep.
No, I mean, we're a brotherhood, and appreciate you all so much. Thank you, Mikey and Matt.
Now, speaking of Matt and Speed on the Water, have we heard any tally from Thursday night's charity auction yet?
I've been running around, haven't heard, and I'm sure we'll be reading real soon.
I'm sure it'll be impressive.
As they're getting the next race set up, they are clearing debris down by Sunset. So there's a little bit of debris. They're moving out of the way, but they're already getting the next boats
coming up.
Look at popping a wheelie there. Brad Christopher and Connor Langheim sporting the checkered flag and a big win, and what could be a world championship for them here in Key West in front of the fans, just outside the Outer Mulvinder Village, presented by Mount Sinai Medical Center. So happy to have them on as a sponsor of this year's event, and Dr. Kelly Reed, one of our medical professionals.
Burnouts.
We'll have Dr. Reed on in the
aquatic
intermission.
style burnouts.
In the intermission, yeah. One of our pace boats here as we're in between races. Mod V coming up, as well as bracket class 2 and 3. They'll get them out and into the milling area.
Yeah, they're already, some of the Mod Vs are out.
Already heading that way. This is the Race World Offshore live stream. Brought to you by Maximum Inflation, Leland Gas Technologies, the owner of the Maximum Inflation brand. Makes CO2 and nitrogen gas cartridges for marine, motorcycle, aviation, and military safety devices such as inflatable jackets and rider fall protection since 1965. Leland Gas Technologies, Maximum Inflation.
And there we have the Speed Marine boat.
Yep, you see there's a Mod V, and this is a class that Kevin Smith raced for so many years in with his good friend Britt Lilly in the LSB Hurricane of Awesomeness, national and world champions. And these are roughly 30 foot, some just a little bit bigger, single engine canopied Vs, carbureted motors built from the 510-inch cubic block. Homebrew engineering or high performance builders. You got some guys that are rolling their sleeves up and doing their own thing, or you know, Speed Marine is an engine builder as well here in this class. We've seen Scorpion, brand brand engines as well.
Tyler
And
Crockett.
Tyler Crockett engines as well in this class. 5,600 RPM max. X dimension minimum 1-inch prop to under the running surface, but you can dig those gear cases down a bit if you need to. Probably won't see that here today, Kevin. I imagine. You think, or
no, you're going to see their flat water wide open just as fast as they can. You know, that's the setup they're going to be running.
They do have the water ballast, and you would expect them to deploy that today.
I think you're gonna. If it were me, I wouldn't. I'm going to see what's out there first.
I got you.
You know, because it's just so flat, and it's going to be a drag race out to one. So.
Especially with the incoming tide, so the wind's behind the tide.
Yes. Yep. I think you're not the potential to see any kind of big swells or anything like that. I mean, I don't see it today and like it was Friday, but no, I think you're going to be going as light as you can, and then when you take one on the chin, you're going to know the next lap to put some ballast in it or bring the tabs down. But I think everybody's going to be going strung out of control, wide open. I think you're going to be chine walking. Everybody's going to have the tabs up, the drives up. They're just going to be going strung out.
Yeah, single and twin step hulls here. Weight out of the water, 4750. Let's get our starting lineup for Modified V, Eric Colby.
After wins on Wednesday and Friday, Lane 1, Steven and Steve Kildall, and their 29-foot Extreme Boatfloater.com. Lane 2, Punisher, Charlie McCarthy, Tony Silvera. 29, Spartan. Lane 3, Safe Cash. Well, this was a lane draw. This was not based on positions, my bad. But Safe Cash, Rick, Rob, Scott, Jobin. Lane 4, Irish Kevins, Larry Fonteca, Dante Napoli. Lane 5, NMBRV Resort, Kirk Hanna and Mark Rinda. Lane 6, Fuel1Team.com, Mike Gerard on the wheel, Damon Murata Sr. throttling. Lane 7, Relentless, Travis Petco was on the wheel, and Robert Bryant is stepping into this boat to throttle. Lane 8, Speed Marine, Kyle and Jay are going to be coming from the outside, so that could be fun to watch. And Lane 9, definitely fun to watch if you've been watching their in-boat videos. It's Jim York and Travis Pastrana in the 29 Extreme. Now in the bracket classes, attrition has reared its ugly head a little more. We've got one boat in Class 200, the OC Racing, Joey Oliveira, Billy Glick. 2 and 3 and 300, we've got Herbot Racing in Lane 1, Keith and Kate Herbot, Lane 2. Team Woody, Billy Shipley and Chad Woody is back in the boat today in Lane 3. We Haul Boats, Nick Fennell and Mike Ogden. And that's all the
green.
Yep.
We do have a green.
So that's all the boats in this race, and we got a course green. We don't have a green flag
Right, sorry,
yet.
yeah, course green, should I say? Yeah.
Bracket class 200 and 300 are also going to run in our second start here. Bracket class 200 boats, V canopied or non, single or twin IO or even outboards, 30 to 42 foot in length, 95 mile an hour bracketed horsepower, and the 300 I believe is it's very close, but there's a difference in hull size.
Trying to get them lined up now.
Yep.
So Mod V's will be the first up, and we're set to go. Second race start of this 7-race Sunday finale, the 44th annual Key West World Championships, looking for a green flag.
Still got a yellow. They're trying to get everybody even.
And our pace boat to the left of the screen.
And they're not even.
Not close.
They got to get Punisher back. They got to get the Killdalls back. They're too far out front. And now they're going to throw it, and these guys are going to be like, well, you threw it when I was throttling down.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
They're carrying them.
Yep.
Green flag.
Green flag. The race is on in Modified V to determine the 2025 Key West World Champion.
And Safe Cash is out to the early lead, so we'll give it a shout out to Derek Conklin and George the dog. That's the crew chief in the tow vehicle. The dog's always in the tow vehicle. But you can throw a blanket over the rest of them. We're going to have to let it sort out and let them come through for the end of lap 1.
Tremendous assortment of beautiful boats in this class, including the red livery of the NMBRV.
The bright
Resort.
green Speed Marine next to them.
Right there.
And then Travis and Jim in the Dixon flannel. Channel 199 all the way to the outside.
But you might, the pedestrian, you might say boatfloater.com, but their results have been nothing but excellent. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But they're a little back, but you know what? They may let it come to them a little. Let the mayhem sort itself out in the first turn.
Speed Marine had a good run going on Friday and came off a wave and
yeah, I think they broke a vertical shaft in the drive, didn't they, Kevin?
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
Watch our boats make the turn at 1. They're going to turn down, and we're still having a very light wind out of the east-southeast at under 5. Again, the end of the incoming tide is coming, so as you can see, there's just a flat sea out there.
Oh yeah, there's no swell. They're just going to be tucking it in.
And for anyone who's wondering what the Freedom sticker is on the Speed Marine boat, that is a tribute to the late Charlie Kirk.
Back to our Mod V teams.
Oh yeah.
We've already had a start behind them. As the boats make the wide sweeping turn back into the harbor.
If that was Stephen Kildall that just stayed tight on the pin, he might have just helped himself out quite a bit coming in there.
And this one can be deceiving too. I mean, everybody talks about going out to 1, and that can really get you. But when it's that flat and you're coming across, there's still some holes there, and there's that that seawater discharge off that Fort Zachary there, and that throws a little turbulence up.
This is looking like Punisher might be leading.
Yeah, it's Punisher.
Boatfloater.com, Safe Cash, battling deck to deck. That was Speed Marine at the top of your screen. Heading deep into Key West Harbor. Again, now a shot from the 180-degree 3-pin turn. See how they line up there in the harbor. NMBRV, the red boat in the middle. Punisher with the lead. A couple of boats really making tight turns there, including NMB RV Resort.
Good job, boys.
Myrtle Beach.
Charlie McCarthy designed and built that Punisher boat himself.
He lost some time on that one.
Yep. Oh, was he on the outside lane? Oh, he went way
NMB
wide.
got way inside.
NMB made a nice tight turn there. And looks like Stephen Kildall's trying to get back to establish the inside as they head out.
Class 2 and 300 boats come through, but off camera as we're watching the Mod V's head back out, NMB RV Resort, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina takes the lead in the big red boat.
Making a move though on the inside, setting him up for that pin on turn 1.
Yeah, boat floater is
Punisher in
just
second.
Off screen there.
Punisher is still in the mix.
But watch this boat floater move. He's setting himself up right where he wants to be. It's creeping right there on the North Myrtle.
Yep.
He's at the inside lane there, so it's going to be his.
Yeah, he set that up in the harbor.
Yeah, he sure did. You saw him coming on. He was a bit behind, but he knew he had that straightaway there.
Yeah, now coming into the screen with the helicam that's right on the boats. So this will be an interesting battle going to the more than 90-degree turn at 1.
Cross your fingers for this one. Great battle. This is where, oh no, Stephen.
Yep.
He got
pushed.
He got
closed
pushed
the door on him.
Good job by them.
He left
and that's more.
And that Relentless coming on the outside there.
And that's more than 2 lengths.
Speed Marine. That's who that is. Speed Marine.
But NMBRV had more than 2 boat lengths, so.
And it looked like he left him a little bit there.
Yeah.
So they had the clean water.
Nice, but not too nice.
Kurt Hanna.
Can't be too nice.
Mark
It's a world title.
Brenda.
Great tight racing.
Yeah, they had that little kind of dust up with Punisher coming into the harbor on Friday, but no call was made.
Yeah, I think they're all going to be conscious of that.
Looks like Speed Marine has made a move there, coming into Key West Harbor.
Getting close again as they're trying to make the turn off too.
North Myrtle went sideways there.
It went through the wash, through the churn of Speed Marine, who's now taking the lead coming into the harbor.
That could have been a little payback from Friday. It does happen, but I think Punisher might be back out front.
I think so.
And Kildall's have the inside lane.
boat floaters at this point know that they finished third. The title's theirs. Nothing anybody can do. Third or better gets them the world championship.
Check
for the
this
week.
out. Punisher back to the lead.
Speed Marine.
Second. Too close to call there, folks. They're going to have to sort this harbor turn. Punisher's got the inside line. Who's going to get clean water? Just Punisher right now. Three extreme holes in chase of Punisher.
Which is a Spartan, and the throttleman, Silvera, builds his engines.
Speed Marine in second, NMBRV in third, boat floater in fourth as they go around the harbor turn.
Good turn.
Punisher did that lap, 3 minutes, 25 seconds, 82 miles an hour.
Marker 1 in front of us.
So they did take on some ballast there. Blow it off here, Kevin.
Yeah, that means he was carrying it through the turn, so typically don't want to do that, but he might have. Sometimes they forget to hit it, dump it.
We have some of our bracketed boats coming in off camera. We'll sort that for you in a moment. Punisher, Speed Marine, NMBRV Resort, top three, but boatfloater.com is a close fourth behind third. Punisher sorted themselves out in that mix-up at turn one when all three boats were Speed Marine. It was actually at two, really, where he got through pretty cleanly. And Punisher continues to lead.
Punisher would be on the podium at this point right now for the world. They'd actually be sitting second right now behind boat floaters overall, and Speed Marine would be finding their way into third.
And if you want to know how they pick up the ballast,
They're slowing down, and Speed Marine is just taking the lead. And Punisher is having a mechanical issue.
Broadcaster jinx, I had to say it.
And now Speed Marine is taking the lead. NMBRV Resort, Myrtle Beach in second.
You got the boys in Dixon Flannel in third. They're creeping up back there too. And then Irish
the
Kevin's.
Killdalls would be third.
I'm sorry.
Dixon Flannel would be fourth. Okay, marker one is taking on water, trying to get back to the cranes.
Yeah. That was the boat that pulled up right at the front of the finish line for the fans.
Yep, the Mod B.
Off camera for the ones watching online.
Vin and Rob Wanowski from Sarasota.
We're 2 laps in at the end of this one of 5. As Speed Marine, Jay Woltman and Kyle Miller, New Jersey boys, have the lead coming back into the harbor. 29 Extreme.
Mod V's running 6 today.
6, pardon me. Speed Marine, engines. That lap in 3 minutes, 23 seconds, 82.7 miles an hour. NMBRVResort.com in second.
Punisher's back up.
In third.
Boat floater in fourth.
Irish Kevin's back in 6th. Whatever issue Punisher was having as we watch our lead boat into the hairpin turn. Brenda and Hannah in chase, Punisher in third.
I've only seen one.
No, that Weehall just came through for the second time.
Oh, that was only their second time?
Right, yeah, I didn't see him come through yet for the second time.
I thought I did, but we'll
I think
see.
you marked it because you just assumed that they were.
No, because I caught the Class 200 boats come through the last time, and Weehall was usually just a little bit off, but let's see.
Not watching NMBRV blow off any ballast here. I think Kevin was right. Okay. OC Racing comes through, leading in 200, and Woody's in in 300.
followed by Herbot. So yeah, we haul boats is a little off the pace there. Thank you, Joey.
On the live stream, we're watching our leader, Speed Marine. Great shot, amazing Britt Lilly artwork on this
29 Extreme.
Yeah, completely built in Arnold, Maryland, all with the latest technologies that Britt Lilly employs at LSB Extreme Powerboats.
And the fabrication that has gone on with some of the custom parts that they make at Speed Marine, and some of their parts are also in the NMBRV boat.
That's right. They rigged both of them, made all the parts, rigged both of them at the same time. So yeah, you see a lot of the same stuff. They made some really cool shock seats. They're adjustable on the fly, made for bigger people like him and myself. But yeah, they did. It's a work of art. They really all are.
So the Tree Master things, because is he an arborist?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Kyle Miller.
Good look at the outside leg, and the boats are navigating nicely with the light wind and the end of the incoming tide. Just laying everything down completely. We'll see what happens at 1:20 when the outgoing tide kicks in. The rest of the afternoon on a 4-hour window. That's 2 or 3 hours shorter than normal as we watch our leader, Speed Marine, head back in, NMBRV.com.
They're all taking a really wide line there.
I think it's just they're carrying that much speed.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, Irish Kevins is trying to pull up alongside
Dixon's there.
Dixon Flannel.
That's a battle for 5th place right there on the screen.
Nobody's yelling at anybody inside that Dixon boat right now.
Speed Marine averaging 84 miles an hour once again after lap number 3. NMBRV Resort, Myrtle Beach.
That battle right there is for first and second would be for second and third on the podium.
So are the Kildaws?
They are still holding their way. The Dixon's the one that could really have the best chance at catching them.
Oh, wrong side of the buoy. Well,
Speed Marine digging in, 3-pin turn.
that might have been a case where they had to, though.
That's what I was looking at the wake. It could have been. I couldn't see the.
They might have had to
approach.
do that to avoid an contact or rub-in, or so that would be taken into account.
Yes, it would.
Not trying to jinx anybody.
Nope.
All boats in third. You see it coming onto your screen.
Brand new boat is still going to wind up on the podium at the World Championships.
Yes,
so
I hope so.
We Haul Boats is for people who like classic old school boats.
Watching the Mod B leaders. You can hear in the background on our microphones the roar of Joey Oliveri and Billy Click in OC Racing, leading in bracket class 200, 300. There goes Chad Woody and Billy Shipley in the Team Woody boat. We're following the battle for 5th and 6th. That was Irish Kevins and Dixon Flannel. Now to the Team 55. Fuel 1, Mike Gerard and Damon Murata Sr. And now back to the Dixon Flannel of Jim York and Travis Pastrana.
Overall for the week, they are sitting 4th just off the podium right now, about 30 points back, so they need a major move right now in order to get on the podium.
Well, I could see that boat fly in the bow a little more than the others. I don't think Travis is picking up. I don't think he's picking up ballast.
He needs to just tap the drive down a little bit, and that boat will be just fine.
Yep.
But every time that boat hops like that, you're losing
Right.
ground. So you want that thing in the water going straight.
You're not going forward when you're going up.
So a little more chop now. Obviously, you get that wash tub effect. The wakes of these boats hitting the seawall and resonating back, plus the wakes across. I think you got to be more careful as we saw with Dixon Flannel coming in.
They also want to get out of that white water.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's aerated.
So I mean, now a little bit more wash and obviously wave effect to deal with when you come into this flat part, Kevin.
Absolutely, absolutely. and it's you know, it is really mixed up coming down this side because, like you said, it's bouncing off of the seawall here, and it's like just like a washing machine effect. The water's all mixed up, and it can catch you off guard. So you got to be ready for it.
1 lap left after this one as our leader Speed Marine cruises through another 3 minute 20
Well,
second
Relentless
lap.
just went around coming into out of the north turn. Let's see if they stayed upright. They definitely spun. I can
See him on the inside there.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
No change at the top with NMBRV Resort in second, Boat Floater in third. It's the Irish Kevins.
Irish Kevin's up to 5th.
Larry Foncheca and Corey Chantry in the 30 Fountain with Speed Marine engines. Dixon Flannel in trail.
Still 6th.
Speed Marine averaging again 84 miles an hour on that lap.
XINSURANCE back up above Relentless. I didn't see them come through.
Relentless spun out of
That's
up
where
at
they spun
turn
out.
2.
Is that who it was?
Just caught that bright green nose dig in, and around it went. So glad it stayed upright, though.
Yeah.
No red flag. We're still racing. There goes the boat over in Key West Harbor. So difficult.
Irish Kevin's is over.
So difficult to negotiate
Oh, that's too bad.
those wakes, Kevin.
That
Now we're likely
that
to
turner.
go red flag.
Yeah, for sure.
But
Well, they let the last lap race out.
that's what I'm wondering. Will the
Because it's behind the action of where the checkered flag is going to be.
you're right. If they cross
right here and tell them that's it. But I mean, you got to let them come through.
nah,
and
they just red flagged it.
all right? So most likely it's going to be where you were, what position you were running in when the red flag went, and that'll determine your champions.
Wasn't a violent rollover, but they definitely.
You still hate to see it.
Oh, 100%.
We got a croc on the course here now too. Be careful.
All right, so Irish Kevin's
Looks like
rolled
those
over.
guys are out.
1. Let's
2,
see
3.
it. We got 2. Yep. Okay. Well, that's too bad. Last lap.
That's a shame. Those guys.
The guys are getting them out. You
I
see
mean,
them.
that boat's been looking good.
Oh, it is, and they say it's really fast.
I see.
Now
You
I
see
see
both
orange
drivers. You
helmets.
see both
They're-
drivers.
they're
I see the
out.
one, yeah, and they got the other one pulling off to the left side of the screen there. It seems.
Yeah, I mean, like I said the other day, this was the
Just
the
watch your
Fountain,
back.
Watch Your Back, owned by Doc Jansen and Brian Forehand, and this was the fastest boat when I just first started out in this class, and I mean nobody could catch it. It was the sought after boat, and then it went to Frank and Mike Figueroa. Raced as the hot tuna or crazy tuna boat for a bunch of years in the Mod V classes, and those guys, it took them probably a season or two before they could be competitive, but they got it back, and I think it was just a little bit. It's a different boat. It's not like there's really, I think, only one other fountain in the class, which is owned by Mark Gibbons.
So this was the Frank when
Yes.
he owned it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Frank Sorrow. And,
So this is the only, other than the activator that Pete Rivero owns, this is the only twin step design. Everyone else runs a single step.
well, there's another fountain owned by Mark Gibbons. Absolutely not. So there's only 2 of these little guys. So you can imagine it's tough trying to figure out.
Yeah, there's not a lot of data.
Exactly, with the Phantoms and the Extremes, you've got some old data you can go back to and look and say, okay, where do we need to go from here? And it takes a little bit with this, but I mean, Larry and Dante, this was their first weekend in the boat together. When you're trying to get something sorted out like that, Key West is. It's the place to do it, but you're also just like here. I mean, these guys were all running.
Oh, they were
as
running
hard
great.
as they could, right up there with the pack. I mean, that's what you're doing in Key West. You're going as hard as you can, and I'm sure they just caught a wake the wrong way or something, and that's enough to send you over.
So we'll give Jay and Tyler their due today.
Absolutely.
They got the win.
If that's it,
Point.
huh?
I mean, the race has been called. The race is complete. It is over.
That's it.
And they, if you got to imagine that you're finishing where you were at that moment, if that is the case, then Boat Floaters is still going to be your world champion. Second overall will be Speed Marine for the world championship, and the North Myrtle will be on the podium for the Worlds here.
Oh, that'll move Speed Marine up to second?
Second overall, yes,
Nice.
Sure enough. They finished second on the podium. North Myrtle will be third. And again, the Boat Floaters, they needed, Dixon was the best spot to challenge them, and without Dixon falling as far back as they did, even if they fell to fifth, they needed to be top three there. So yeah,
they're attending to the Irish Kevin's team, the boat that flipped there in the harbor. Race has been called. All of the leaders were out on their final lap of the day.
We'll also say preliminary congratulations to Joe Oliveri and Billy Glick because they ran unopposed today and won the first 2 days. So that should be the world championship.
Well, and if you're looking through the 200 should be no doubt, and then the 300, Team Woody. I mean, today the 300 was how you finished today. They were all so close in points and how it was breaking down.
Yep.
And whoever won today was going to be your world champion, and however they finished today was going to end. So Team Woody going out and winning today, as long as there's no sanctions or any kind of points or anything taken off of them for breaking out or anything. Team Woody's your world champion. Herbert Racing is second for the Worlds, and We Haul Boats will finish third for the world titles here this year.
And we really didn't get much of a chance with the camera focused on Herbert Racing, but I thought they had a fantastic week, team.
Yeah.
The 38 Fountain with Cade Herbert and Keith Herbert, and the Twin Mercury Racing 525 EFIs, one of the strongest three-day events I've seen them have here in the Island City.
They've made good strides in terms of consistency and having the endurance to finish the races. So hats off to them.
Yeah, We Haul Boats third today. The 38 Bad Boy, Nick Fennell and Michael Ogden. We thank you for coming to Key West and racing here in bracketed class 300. As well as OC Racing, as Joey mentioned, your winner here today, looking like they're going to be on the top of the podium. Joey Oliveri and Billy Glick, veterans of V-Bottom Racing with the big engines. And I'd like to also thank the Justice League team, Don Urfer, Richard Davis out of Sarasota for attending this week's race, as well as 217 H2O Performance, 2 Conchs. Veteran Scott Brown and Ed Tamburino racing in that 36 Spectra this week.
Now, do they even try to write a V-bottom out here in the middle of the course like they do? Do they try to roll them over like they do with the cats?
I think you try to roll it over because it's easier on the boat. When you do it with the crane, it tends to potentially mess up any of the fiberglass, and it's just softer. You got deeper water usually. But here, I'm not sure. I guess it's going to be the course marshal's call or the chief referee as to how much time they want to try to spend out here. But I mean, if they can do it in the middle of the course safely, I think they generally try to do that.
You see Larry Fonseca and Corey Chantry in transport. They've been brought out of the boat, and that's Irish Kevin's SRQ that turned over in Key West Harbor, prompting a red flag, and the conclusion of this race, which was out on its last lap. The boat's probably about 2/3 way through when that happened.
Well, you know the towing tricks. You're a tugboat guy.
That's what I'm saying.
How would you tie up to that to get it over?
Actually, you could see it the other day. So what they'll do is you'll run the ropes around the whole belly of the hull to the cleats that are farthest away from you, and then you just get on it as much as you can with the boat, pull it as hard as you can, and try to get it to tow over. Or you can pull it from the bow, and it'll try to right itself. Once it gets on its hull, then you get up and going, and all the water's supposed to drain out of the back. So it really just depends on the.
Yeah, they're just hauling it in right now by the looks of it because they're so close.
Yep. It depends on who's just the crew on the boat, how they are used to doing it, I guess.
Yep.
So next up.
So they must have deployed divers because they're now.
Yeah, they're having to transfer. They definitely. We watched the SSR safety team.
I didn't know if they went in off the helicopter or went in off a boat.
I did see them deploy off the helicopter. And by the way, the In the Lead series with Sean Steinert and the SSR safety crew that he runs with J.R. Anderson, the feature on another great video by Matt Trulio and SpeedOnTheWater.com that was just released.
I'm biased, but that was a really good video. You got to watch that.
Yeah,
it'll give you a new respect into, if you didn't already have it, for what these guys do and the preparation that goes into.
Yeah, and the powerful speak by Julian Maldonado, his father Ricky, rescued by the team in Michigan City, Indiana. And we can't speak loud enough and with profound enough words our respect and admiration for the safety crew of Sean Steinert and J.R. Anderson, the SSR rescue team.
Like you said, the amount of prep time that they spend going around, they'll spend time getting in each individual's boat. They want to be familiar with how this canopy works, how these belts work, and I mean, they're sitting there taking, just like you guys are taking notes of all this stuff. They take notes of each individual's boat, size. They've had me like try to, oh, you're a big guy, we got to make sure we got our cutters here or whatever. But they, just like you said, it's stuff that you wouldn't even think or appreciate.
Yeah.
The extent that they go to make sure that they're going to be saving you if you get into a pinch. It definitely makes you feel safer, and it allows you to go out as hard as you can out here like everybody's doing. So it's
the attention to detail and the little things of taking the notes, and you can just see that, like, Sean came up through a career in public service and firefighting, and he always went into the for lack of a better term, the special forces of public service. And so thank you to all the firefighters out there, and but especially for our little community here, for the folks in SSR.
Yeah, and again, and we mentioned it earlier that in the broadcast during the week, you have to pass technical inspection before you can even get out in the water. But they've got a rigorous safety inspection that you have to do, and as well as a dunker test that you have to perform.
It's not just the dunker, though. The guys in the open cockpit boats have to pass a swim test. You got to be able to tread water for a certain amount of time and be able to make sure, if you get tossed out of an open boat, that you can keep yourself, above the surface until help can get to you.
Yeah, watching the cranes
overturned, and the divers got us out nice and safe. Yep, fast. It all happened so fast, and we got out just as fast. So, good thing they're here. Yep. Thank you. All right.
I think that's Larry and Corey right there on the screen.
Dante, yeah.
Oh, Dante. Oh, that's right. Following. And we got a turtle on the course by Zachary Taylor.
Everybody's coming to watch this one. Such good racing so far.
Turtle
Manatees
on the course,
and amphibians all alike.
You can follow on social media, #RaceWorld Offshore. All the happenings of what's going on this weekend, and obviously today's race. #RaceWorld Offshore. Don't forget the awards tonight at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater from 6 to 8 o'clock. Our next classes of boats coming out. Third start of the morning before the harbor closure from 11:30 to 12:30. Class 2 and 3 come up next and starts, Class 4 comes up next at 11 a.m. And I believe we're just a little bit behind schedule now.
Yeah, we're doing 500, 400 and 500.
Yeah.
And the little Cat 300 boat will be on the water as well with these guys. So they're only going to run 2 laps, so get a glimpse of them when you can.
Bracket Class 400 and 5 doing 5. Let's get our...
That 500's been a great racing so far.
Yeah.
It's been so much fun.
Another one of our deep classes here, as well as 600 and 700. Let's get our boats out on the water here today.
Lane 1 in bracket 400 is Johnny and Jason Saris and their navigator Vern French and the 33 Cobra Saris Racing Engines. Simmons Marine with Jake Coons and Jason Zolecki, lane 2. Lane 3, the local boys, Naughty Beach, John Jeniak and Michael Flamia. Lane 4, Shocker Offshore, the 37 and change foot fountain, Ray Evans, Chris Colson. Lane 5, Team UK, Andy Foster and James Norville. And lane 6, John Izzetti, Jerry Hartman, and the 30-foot Phantom, XINSURANCE Hartman. In bracket 500, Rum Runners is in lane 1 with Tom Crowley and Fran Velitato. Lane 2, Marker 1, Marine, SRQ, Bronx Phantom, Vincent Winoski, Robert Winoski. Lane 3, Tough Noogies. The rookies, Matt Reska and Gavin Jafarian from Haverhill, Mass. Lane 4, Agora Day Spa, John Cohen III at Fast Eddie Simmons on throttles. Lane 5, back in action, Darren Threlkeld on the wheel, Jimmy Jensen from Big Pine Key throttling. Lane 6, Fuel1Team.com, Damon Murata Jr. and Damon Murata Sr. And then in Cat 300, we've got the 23 Argo Cat with Connor Langheim and Ricardo Maldonado from Palmetto, Florida. Manatee Marine Unlimited boat that was rebuilt and rigged there. Older Argo hull refitted with a skater canopy. Very cool looking little boat. There's been a lot of talk and really trying to get that class going, but still need to get more boats out there.
No doubt. Hey, Joey, just a quick thought. You know, we were just talking about Islandscape's local team out there, but for local fans here in Key West, back in action with Jimmy Jensen throttling there, and I know Bobby Kyber has been an inspiration in that boat as well. The old Rum Runners
The old
team.
Rum, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they were a lot of fun, and always great to go by and see them when they were running down here for all those years. So to see Jaime in here this year, and I mean, I remember him telling me a couple years back, Jaime, I'm going to get one out there. I'm going to get one out there. And all of a sudden he popped up here this year in the pits. I was like, oh, there you are. You finally are doing it. So I'm proud of him for getting out there. He did very well in running, doing what he did. You know, I mean, this is the first time getting used to it, and that's what the 600 class is about. You know, you get out there, you throw your boat in there, and see what you can do with it. You get your feet wet, so to say. And they did a great job, and I'm looking forward to the future with them as they move up classes, because I think Jaime's one of those ones that he's going to do it. You'll see him around for years doing this, and he's got the bug for it, and I'm excited for him.
Yeah, no doubt. And for those obviously listening here in Key West on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio, and for those of you out there, I mean, Key West has a rich legacy of powerboat racing. Lee Murray, a longtime racer, world champion, the former mayor and now county commissioner in Key West, Craig Cates, who is the
Conch Attack.
The Conch Attack with his brother Scott over the years. Mike Horn and Kiowaso Express, Jim and Tad Kimes and the Crime Busters. Bobby Kyber, obviously, we just mentioned. Too many, really. There was a gentleman, Tate Barry, who, when they used to race out to Smith Shoal or even to Dry Tortugas, he would be hired as a navigator by the best teams when they got to Key West, because he knew the local ways you might be able to catch less waves and a little bit faster track back to Key West. So there's been just a tremendous legacy over the years. And
well, we would be remiss in not mentioning D. Kimes for all the behind-the-scenes chief scorer for so many years for APBA.
Yeah, the Kimes passion.
We did just get word that the 511
the tough
is a scratch.
That's a tough one. They were sitting third place coming in today, tied there, so they were right on podium position. So that's a very tough way to end what's been a great week for them. So too bad, but it opens the door for teams like Agora Day Spa that broke out the other day. They've looked really good the first few days. Third place, seemingly, again, besides the breakout on Friday. So it opens the door for them to make a run back into this as well. And now another team like Back in Action that we were just talking about, they're right now on contention of being on that podium for the Worlds.
It would be nice to see John III get on the podium with his dad here. John Cohen, the founder of Superboat, is here, but
course is green.
He's not his usual self, and we'll
course is clear.
Yeah, no, John and Fast Eddie Simmons, like I said, they can put that thing on the trailer, sit at home for a year or two, come back out, and they're easily on the podium or winning races, and they're definitely no stranger to world championships. They got definitely quite a few of them in their pocket, so they're going to be tough.
The only thing is this is not necessarily 30-foot Superboat water.
No.
It's a little too calm for what they like.
No, this is going to be acceleration and turns. Whoever's going to be on the inside lanes, they're definitely going to have the advantage.
All right.
The Sarases have lane 1, as they have. So let's see
Bracket Class 4 getting up to a start here. Class 400 V canopied or non, 85 mile an hour bracketed speed, 27 to 35 foot V bottoms, inboard, outboard, or outboard engines.
Green flag.
Green flag racing, and that means bracketed racing is on. Final start of the morning. Let's go racing here in Key West, Florida. See the frame team, John Jenick and Michael Flamia, and the Drink Naughty Rum team. That's the old LSB 29 Extreme. It's got big Tyler Crockett motors with a Whipple supercharger.
Yeah, and Shocker Offshore. Right inside, you've got 2 stepped hulls that love these conditions out front. In that conventional bottom Cobra that the Ceres run is going to want a little more bump there. This is not their water for sure.
No,
it's a fast boat and they'll turn it.
Oh, it can turn. It is a very good turning boat too.
So Ceres on the inside there has ruled the week in this class.
But they also have the advantage of strategy kind of being on their side because the other guys got to fight it out.
You got it.
If they get a third, they're probably still going to.
100%.
But we'll see. It's early.
Bracket Class 400 racing underway. 5 laps here today on the 4.48 mile course off of Key West Harbor. Smooth water out there for those V-bottoms coming to the end of the...
And here comes your Bracket 5 start. Sorry, Todd.
The incoming tide. No, there's a 500 classes. Those are open cockpit V only, single IOs, naturally aspirated. 75 mile horsepower speed. Those are 26 to 30 foot V-bottoms. Back
now we're
to
back
the boats.
with Ceres and...
battle for second there, guys. Ceres and drinknaughtyrum.com. Drinknaughty.com. Coconut rum. Part of the Framed Offshore Race Team program. Also out of Key West here. So you can add Michael Flamia's name to that. His family and his friend from Virginia, John Jenick.
Shocker Offshore.
So the 421 Shocker Offshore comes across, leading here in Bracket Class 400 after lap number 1. Final race of the morning for this afternoon, starting at 12:30. Ceres in second, Naughty Beach Rum in third, XINSURANCE Hartman in fourth, Simmon Marines in fifth. Team UK in sixth. Now our 500 boats making the wide sweeping turn back into Key West Harbor.
It sure looks like
pardon
Tough
me,
Noogies is out there to me.
Yeah, that was the turn at 1, and now had heading eastbound.
Now we're back into turn 3 coming out of the harbor.
Great angle there.
Yep.
See how tight those guys are cutting. Simmons went way inside.
Yep.
Probably going to make up some ground there on framed.
For people who are wondering, what do you mean Shocker? It says Black Pearl. They bought the boat from the guys that ran it as Black Pearl. They just are running the graphics as kind of a tribute for this race.
Yep.
They'll put a new livery on it for next season.
Now the 400 boats, or the 500 boats are coming back into the harbor. The Agora Day Spa, you can see in a battle for
Back
second.
in action. Yep. Here's first and second.
That's Rum Runners.
Rum Runners is in the inside with marker 1, Bronx Phantom. But Agora Day Spa. Now the Marauders are coming up.
Yeah, buddy.
There's Tough Noogies, so they're out there.
Fuel 1 team in fourth.
Awesome. And out front, I mean, you got 2 very experienced, calm, collected throttlemen. Those guys, I guarantee it, are right on their numbers. They're going to be right on each other's hip going through here. It's going to be a tight race the rest of the way out.
So Rum Runners with the early lead, 4-time world champions, 3-time national champions. And we see the Argo Cat from Manatee Marine.
With the for sale sign taped to it.
Yeah. You want to get into
Good
class,
advertising, Connor.
Class 300. Here's our lead boats in bracket Class 500.
No, those guys can turn a boat.
Yeah, big year last year.
Tom Crowley and Fran Vellatato.
Yep. 4-time world champs, 3-time national champion, 2-time APBA Hall of Champions inductees. Rum Runners, with local sponsors Southernmost Point Bar, Red Shoe Island Bistro, Key West Legal Rum Distillery, and their Baltimore-based Stevens Transport and Grain Services, always on board.
Now you can see them opening up a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, they put some time on them there. Yeah, that boat went up to the LSB shop. Rick put a new bottom on it about 2 years ago, and I mean that thing. I don't know if anybody saw the race in Chicago. They put a clinic on everybody. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
That was nasty out there, and they just smoked everybody, every class.
Fuel One team, father and son, Damon Murata Jr. and Sr. in the 29 Warlock. We saw them. There's the Saris team. 441, Saris Racing Engines, the renowned program.
Saris can sit second and still be the world champions, and you know they know that. They know you did the math. You know that Simmons was ahead there. You got to get Simmons behind you. Simmons is well back, so and Saris has raced a world championship right now to lose.
So off the screen, we saw our lead boats come in at bracket class 400, and it was Shocker, followed by Saris Racing and Naughty Beach Rum, framed in third. Now we're back to 400 teams and Team UK there for a moment. There's your leader on screen into the harbor turn. Got clean water to look through. Now Saris, who's in control of the World Championship with 2 consecutive 1 finishes during the week.
Now the one that's off the podium all of a sudden is the Simmons Marine, sitting in 4th place. They've got to go catch either the Black Pearl or the Naughty Beach, because both guys have vaulted up ahead of them in the World Championship point chase.
So yeah, Simmons Marine running in 4th there.
Yeah, Vern French's job as navigator now is just to keep an eye on Naughty Beach.
Yeah, got it.
Stay ahead of them, and you're good.
Back to the XINSURANCE Helicam. Rick Lindsay, Neil Mellis in that boat, in that aircraft. Watching our boats navigate onto the outside leg. Should see our 500 boats coming back through for the second of 5 laps. 400 boats out already on lap 3. In the harbor, there will be an intermission, and it continues to be Rum Runners.
It's Rum Runners, but it's Fuel One team now in second. In the Warlock. Here's Rum Runners. Fuel One team is challenging for the lead.
Agora Day Spa moves up to 3rd.
Markers falling right there fast.
Tough Noogies, who we thought might be a scratch,
Yeah,
he's out there racing.
They're
They're up in 5th. Yeah.
Yep.
I would say they're 4th. They were going right past the marker there.
Yeah, they might be having some issues.
Watch the lead grid there. So go into the harbor turn, now following them from the water. That's Rum Runners.
With the Marauders and the Warlock trying to former bulletproof boat. So that was a national championship boat in this class. And there's Agora Day Spot. Those boats can turn, those super boats. And when your name is Cohen III, you probably know how to turn them better than most.
He's an animal.
The family built those things.
Oops, somebody, he might have just
Was that
missed
back in
one.
action? Just
I think he just had a little hook there.
Yeah.
Saved it, though. He's still going.
Wow, then again, back to looking at the World Championship chase here. Agora Day and Marker 1 are sitting on the podium right now, but Noogies and Fuel Team 1, if they can somehow make the move here, could easily just chase everything up here quickly.
Black Pearl Shocker still leading off camera. Here
Saris,
comes Saris, not far behind.
second place.
And they've separated themselves from Naughty.
Simmons is creeping.
Simmons could make this interesting for the next 2 laps.
The old girl did not sound good coming
No,
by.
that was not a. That wasn't a rev limiter
No, it
pop.
wasn't.
That was something else.
No.
We'll watch the boats that we just saw off screen come through turn number 1. Pardon me, turn number 3.
There's that Black Pearl leading on screen.
Yep.
But it's second overall, being chased by the Saris there. That is in line for your World Championship right now.
Saris Racing Engines in second. Here comes third, which will be your Naughty Beach Rum. Now back looking bird's eye back off to turn number 1.
That's the fight right there for the last spot on the podium right there. If Simmons can get around Naughty Beach, they're on the podium. If Naughty Beach holds them off, they got their third place spot.
I hope they got a Band-Aid on that motor. Got 2 laps to go.
Hartman Motorsports, XINSURANCE.
Saris is catching Black Pearl on the outside off screen. He made some time up there.
Maybe doing the old school, just let him get comfortable and sit in his roost where he can't see you, and then go at the end.
Look at Tub
But looking up
Noogies.
Noogies, the brand new Superboat that was built this year, rigged at Saris Performance.
Saris Racing Engines and Matt Reska and Gavin Jafarian.
Want to give a shout out to Tyler Woolston at Saris Racing.
Simmons is catching a lot of air out there on the way out.
Well, I'm sure.
Rum Runners is sitting close here. Fuel 1 has made this interesting in the bracket 500 there.
Fuel 1 trying to go by Rum Runners.
And the Rum Runners can let them go and still take the championship.
Yeah, the checker, they're not fighting. The World Championship is theirs. Now, Fuel 1 gets there, they're all of a sudden onto the podium as well. So that we've got a big battle here for Fuel 1. If they can get by, that's a podium for them.
Rum Runners.
Fran Vellatato's not giving it away, though.
No, and he's going to control the line here. Again, setting himself up now past the mole. Take a quick turn of the wheel, starboard, and set up for the turn. Push MG1 to his outside. XINSURANCE Helicam with a great shot inside of Rum Runners.
They can keep them in the inside. Even if they're like that, they're in a lot better shape. So watch these boys turn this thing.
Yeah, because that Scarab is a conventional bottom and the Warlock is stepped.
Yes, sir.
So
Now
it will turn better.
Yeah, when they straighten out, you'll see quite a difference in the lead. It was a great run into the harbor there by MD1, but Fuel 1's still in second. There's your leader, Shocker. And Senior.
You start talking about that race there for the podium. If Fuel 1 can get a hold of ahead of him, then he's a battle for Agora Day for time. And we're looking about a minute and a half that Agora Day is ahead of time on that Fuel 1 team. So we're also racing time here overall if that team can get around the first place Run Runner squad there.
Once back to Team Run Runners there for just a moment. There's your battle for the lead in bracket class 400 for the final time in the harbor. And now back to that race for first place in bracket class 500 with the Rum Runners team. And Fuel1.com. Fuel1team.com. Trying to chase them down as we get back to that race. Lap 4 of 5.
See if he tries to go to the inside here or if he's going to try to stay outside. He didn't quite have enough.
Yeah, I don't think that if they make the dive, it's going to work to
Tommy
the inside.
Tommy was right on the pin there, so good turn by those guys again.
Coverage of the World Championships here on the Porte Products Broadcast Center. Porte Products, we build performance into everything. Go to porteproducts.com to see all that we can do for you.
I mean, I ran a handful of races with Nigel Hook in his 26, and I didn't have anywhere near the time in a 26 Scarab that Tommy has. And
No, those guys.
I loved driving that boat, so I can only imagine what he's comfortable doing.
That was Mike McCluggan ran that for quite a few years with Franny too in the tunnel vision boat. Who's in the tunnel vision boat now?
Appreciate
Good
the team
run.
from Tunnel Vision and Alan Roloff's making it to Key West. We're a scratch today, but always great to see them. Great running boat.
Yeah, Fran just showed me the pictures of the custom fabricated weight bin that he built. It's got a sliding lid. You put everything in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean the work he did on that to keep all the weight where you want it in the boat.
Here comes a charge by Fuel1Team.com. Rum Runners, though, has the World Championship in hand unofficially with points. And they'll take the checkered flag here today. Second place goes to the Marauders. The Team Rum Runners.
I think they've got one more lap.
Do they?
That was their fourth time coming through.
Apologies.
Yeah, because Class 400 is on its final lap.
So they got one more to go, folks.
Oh, back in action, got around Tough Noogies to move up to 5th.
So we get to see these boats one more time through.
Let's see if the Marauders have anything for Fran and Tom.
Again, remember they've got to stay at their bracketed speed of 85 miles
Now
an
that
hour.
should be your winner coming by us.
That should be a checkered flag with Saris. And they go reverse order in the World Championship. Saris is your world champion. Black Pearl will become second place overall in the World Championship standings.
Well, congrats to the father and son. Johnny really wanted to win a championship with his dad.
Very cool. Very cool. Congratulations, guys. We're still waiting for third place to come across. Let's see who it's going to be. Simmons.
Oh, Simmons.
Whoa. What does that do? And Simmons, that knocks them off. That does. And Simmons gets back on the podium just ahead of Naughty Beach. And Naughty Beach falls off the podium.
That's a tough break for all the work and the thrashing that went into that boat. I hate to say it, but not to mention what Michael probably spent.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, that motor didn't sound good the last two laps coming by. I got a feeling something let go.
But a lot of work went into that. Bert Lidley's LSB shop in Arnold, Maryland.
There they come.
All right, 4th place.
XINSURANCE, Hartman Insurance takes 5th. Yeah, back to the Naughty Beach Run team out of Key West, as well as the people at Whipple. Had to send the supercharger out to California, and Tyler Crockett rebuilding those engines.
UK finishing their final lap there in that 400.
Yep. Let's see if we can get back on the two lead boats in bracket 500 so we can see who's going to win this thing.
So Rum Runners and Fuel1Team.com been battling it pretty tight over the last 3 laps. They're out on the course. There they are.
There we go.
Last time around for the fans there at Fort Zachary Taylor watching. It's a great place to view the race as well. Is there anywhere here on the water in Key West?
You know Tom's going to protect this line.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be right on the pin.
And this is the podium for Fuel 1. If they can somehow find it, well, not fully. Then they got to get so far enough ahead that they take time, a minute and a half past Agora Day. And Agora Day is sitting close enough that I don't know if that's going to quite happen.
Yeah, I mean, you have to imagine that Rum Runners are sitting right at the speed limit. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, the Marauders might get overzealous and break out.
Yeah, it's always to be considered, Kevin.
This is the longest part of the race right here, guys. I mean, you're like hold together, drive, hold together. Am I going to run out of fuel? It is. I swear to God, it's the longest part of the course because you just want it to be over, especially when it's that tight. Or if you're the guy in second, you want, give me another lap or something, you know. But they're stressed out right now. But just keep doing what you're doing.
Well, we were super happy to go ahead and hand them the checkered flag previously, but now we will officially, unofficially do it.
Yep. Let's see if
because
the
results have to
by.
be determined by specking them out at the end. But another successful week here in Key West and another successful race for the team Rum Runners, who take the checkered flag here today.
Good job, fellas.
Yep.
Good racing all day.
And Agora Day is right there behind him, so there was not enough time for the Fuel One team, even if they had passed them, to make up the time lost for the first 2 days there. So Agora Day unofficially is on the podium.
Rum Runners, Velotado with Tom Crowley in the 26 Scarab with the Conch Racing engines. Second goes the Fuel One team with the Marauders. Agora Day spot third today.
Pretty awesome to see everybody, pretty much all the boats finishing on the lead lap. I mean, no breakdowns, nobody really falling off the pace. Good racing.
The Manta, the outboard powered Manta, is in the middle of the course, so they must have had some problems early. We didn't see them come by too often with Greg Dorenzo and Ryan Beckley. But good to see that. I saw the post from Eddie Simmons probably not even a week before. It said, Monty Klein tuning up my engine for Key West. And I said, all right, those guys could be a sleeper, at least to challenge for the podium, because they're so good in that boat together.
For all of our local fans here watching from the water, for Zachary Taylor in Mallory Square or the Harbor Hotels, or any of the viewers here at the Outer Mole Race Village, brought to you by Mount Sinai Medical Centers. We'll continue our local coverage here on 97.7 FM, also iHeartRadio. You can look up WAVK, thezone977.com. Also, you can listen in. We have Dr. Kelly Reed of Mount Sinai Medical Center, part of our medical team, along with Dr. Michael Jansen, joining us in the intermission report, as well as Win Farnsworth, the team Farnsworth, and Scott Porte of Porte Products will join us. Live coverage of the World Championships here also at XINSURANCE Sports on the Race World Offshore Facebook page and YouTube channels. Will continue this afternoon with the 12:30 our factory stock boats coming out to race, and then a full afternoon of action, including Supercats and Extreme boats, as well as Pro Class 1 and Super Vs and Super Stock, to wrap up a big day of the race finale of the World Championships here in the Florida Keys. You can go to hashtag Race World Offshore for all the exciting action. And Kevin Smith, like to thank you for getting us into your schedule to do these Mod V races and bracketed races here in Key West. Always a pleasure having you.
Absolutely. Again, I really thank it. I love hanging out with you guys, and I'm really honored to be a part of it. Thanks again.
Great friend of offshore racing, Kevin Smith. Joey Cook will be back to join us in the intermission. Eric Colby, SpeedOnTheWater.com. I'm Todd Swafford. Continuing action of the races continues here on the Maximum Inflation live stream. Maximum Inflation, the quick tire Maximum Inflation kit by Maximum Inflation, is the only U.S.-made valve that uses CO2 cartridges for your side-by-side motorcycle or ATV. The new Maximum Quick Tire Inflation Kit. Your machine got you there. Now Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit gets you home. We'll return with more.
Machine got you here, and the Maximus Quick Tire Inflation Kit will get you home. This compact tire filling kit comes with over 200 grams of CO2 for filling your motorcycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
I just wanted to be a rapper. Then I grew up and the boy became a rapper. And my older sister made me wear the golden rapper. She said, why die? Cause you know the hoes are trapping. Got my first page that was 1998. Sneaking talking to my girlfriend.
Pat, get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash in.
Miami is the envy of all people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town and the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits All-Star Events. 98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? And that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of our business, it comes down to one thing, our responsibility to keep people safe. We don't take that lightly, from the snow cone attendant to the roller coaster attendant. So I felt like when I found X-Insurance, I found a partner. And consequently, our claims have gone down considerably. Now we're in a place where we understand risk and we understand challenges. X-Insurance saved my backside a million times over and puts me here as the #1 player in the hottest city, in the hottest town in the country.
To me, being a mountain guide is just the greatest opportunity to share my passion for skiing and climbing with people who are new to it. My main goal out there is to take care of and shepherd other people through the mountains, make sure that they don't get hurt, they don't get into trouble, guide them to places they always wanted to go but needed the skill set and knowledge of a guide to help them in accomplishing that goal. And then come back safe. No 2 days are ever the same in the mountains. Everything changes, the weather, the avalanche hazards. Not everything is really perfectly safeguarded. The mountains are an uncertain place. So it's a fine line, but I think when you can trust somebody and you do push them to a higher level, it's really rewarding. Ultimately, it's not a question of if any accident's ever going to happen if you're doing a lot of mountain guiding, but it's when. The knowledge that we have a really strong partner in our insurance company is essential. I'm helping my clients achieve great things in the mountains, achieve their goals in the mountains, and that's what X-Insurance does for me. They were there for us when we needed them. They're providing an opportunity for us to go out and guide mountain climbing and backcountry skiing in the beautiful Wasatch Range, and that's something that I wouldn't feel comfortable at all doing without a great insurance company behind us. I know that I can trust them and I can go forward with confidence.
When you're up there and you're up that high, you know, you're just floating. I don't know what a bird feels like, but I think it should be pretty close to that. We're Miami Beach Ocean Water Sports. We're a parasailing company. We've been here for the last 5 years. We really have a great time here operating. There's a lot of regulation and changes to the industry itself. Your insurance is really your first gateway to information. They're the people that cover you, the people that make sure that you're following the rules and you're protected. XINSURANCE, the guys are great. They help me out. They really call me every year to see any new regulation that I need to be under, if I need any help. So, I mean, the experience that I have with them has been fantastic. They're always there, and they're always actually reaching out to me. It's a good relationship. I wouldn't even want to try anything else.
All right, so you guys just finished your race. How'd you do?
We took the checkered.
How was it?
It was a great feeling because we only started running this boat. First time we ever drove it was Tuesday. So we had a breakout on Wednesday, finishing second. We had a clean second on Friday, and today we got the checkered. So we can't be too unhappy with the results here in Key West. Another great event, and we can look forward to next season.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Family first. That's just the way I look at it. And the family, my friends and employees are the ones that helped me get to what we are today. We are first responder, emergency roadside, incident, major incidents, recovery incidents with the Highway Patrol, Department of Transportation, and our family and employees goes into a risk every day. There's no way that we can run a towing company without insurance. What I look for an insurance company is a company that can be partners with me and support when the unfortunate happens. Unfortunately, I did have a small incident last year. XINSURANCE got involved step by step, helped me how to get to it, pay the losses, make sure that I was secure, make sure that equipment was correct, make sure that I was where I needed to be to go back to work. I didn't have to worry about nothing in my business because my insurance was handling the loss and it was right on top of the money. I can continue to worry about my business, worry about my staff, my family, and let the insurance do what they do best. As long as I stay in business, we will need insurance company.
We started our business from the ground up. We started it with a pickup truck and trailer, and to this day, we run almost 40 trucks every day with over 50 employees.
We are a family-run business, meaning the key people that run our company, we try to take care of their families as well as they take care of ours. Relationships are one of the most important things that we have in our business.
Our relationships with vendors, such as XINSURANCE, has been really proven to help us along the way to continue our growth and continue to succeed in business.
Well, insurance is the most important component to our industry because of the fact that we are so labor intense and equipment heavy. There's a lot of opportunities for things to happen.
As we grew our business, our truck insurance costs kept rising and rising. And what happened to us was we had a series of accidents, some self-inflicted, some of them by just vehicles on the street running into us. And with that combination, we ended up getting dropped by our insurance company. And so we're out there in the market. Nobody would write us except for XINSURANCE. We managed to keep our doors open, and we came up with a heck of a safety program with them.
And as we continue to grow and continue to do all these different safety programs and safety training classes, we've noticed that not just our drivers are safer, but our overall productivity has improved.
we knew that we could do better in our business, and a lot of our business problems were growing pains, and they were willing to take the time to learn our business with us and to listen to us. And we're very fortunate that XINSURANCE came through and give us the chance and willing to take the risk.
Without XINSURANCE, we probably wouldn't be here today.
You guys made sure.
Dreamed of a better day. Didn't know how to push away. Then he left in the morning. Left the only girl who ever really knew him. Chasing thoughts that he didn't need. Saying words he didn't believe. If I could go back 1,000 days, I could have had so the
All right, so Bill, you guys are in first place points position leading into today's race for Supercat. What are you guys thinking going in?
Well, I mean, conditions have changed a lot since earlier in the week. The course is flattened out, winds died down. When we go out in our race, we're going to be basically sitting on the tides that aren't going to be moving at all right now. So it's going to be, I'd say it's going to be pretty quick out there. It seems today that the course is running about 5 seconds faster than it has all week. Wednesday was the fastest day, and the course has definitely picked up. So we're just going to go out there and try to, keep the boat happy and get through the race and not do anything stupid.
Now, you're a numbers man, so I know you know exactly where you need to finish to take home the World Championship. Where do you guys need to finish today to get that?
I think as long as we run third or fourth, we're good. Just depending on who are to win, but we feel pretty good about where we're at. We just need to keep it together and finish it out.
Good luck today.
All right, thank you.
Stop that. I hear him chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, not so tough, but minds keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls better tell me I'm
My name's Elias Garcia. Me and my team designed the 2025 liveries for the Pro Class 1 boats for XINSURANCE. Where we got inspiration is from Ken Block and his liveries. We wanted to show tribute to him with us all living in Utah. So we took a lot of what his creation was and brought it to what we have today. With our 2 wraps and our 2 boats, we've created something very spectacular that we don't think's ever been seen before on the race course.
Elias did such an amazing job with the design and the wraps. You know, we got semis everywhere, staggered trailers. I don't know if you've heard the speakers on this thing, but it's going to be the showstopper.
Love the new look. It's awesome. It's cool to change it up every couple years too. Still, this fits right into my style.
Elias did a phenomenal job of tying it all together.
I really don't like them.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. Success ain't no giving, some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous, down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank, I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze, the roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag, I know that's because I've been in it. I don't need to brag, I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket, Houston, we got a problem, man. Perfect, let them watch me, elevating, got them knocks. Cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit, nose diving in the house and woo. Watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead, watch out, get ahead. Woo. Watch out, set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch out, get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare, I'm a line, but the winner about the cage. I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call it quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get.
So this is the business end of these awesome machines. 2200 horsepower, you can have multiple different setups. We choose the Mercury 6 static drive. They do not move because we have a rudder. This is how you steer the boat. This is basically our rudder. This is made by Latham, and it's a full system. There's actuator arms on the left and right, it's hydraulic steering. So as you steer the boat to the right, the rudder moves to the right, steer to the left, the rudder moves to the left. Pretty simple, but a lot of technology goes into just making this big hunk of metal. It's been shaved, tuned, and it's very, very sharp. The height of this rudder, depending upon the running surface of the boat, the height will determine how much bite we actually have when we go in with our prop selection. So if we needed to drag and dig a little bit, we'll drop it down. If we got some smooth water, we can bring it up and actually make it run a little bit faster. Most boats are built with skin coat, which is a chop strand mat. You start with your gel coat, then you go into a skin coat, usually 1.5 ounces. Could have more, could have less as far as your chop strand mat. Then you put carbon in behind that, and then you add in your structural laminates, which can be wood, composites, Kusa, whatever the builder wants to do. This one is carbon fiber with wood, carbon fiber in between each layer of wood, and then up to 26 to 40 ounces of carbon on the inside. That follows through all the way through the engine bay, tied in with stringers and bulkheads. Stringers run the length of the boat, bulkheads run perpendicular left and right to the boat. The bulkhead gives you separation and strength throughout the boat so that it can flex but not too much. Stringers are what keeps the boat straight and strong on the water. So you have a linear strength and you have a width that all adds into the structure of the boat.
There's a lot of strategy with the fuel. You can run a little heavier weight. When we do that, we need to know exactly how much is in it, so we do it with 5-gallon jugs at a time. That'll allow us to keep the weight at the CG of the boat, which is the center of gravity. With fuel added, it'll keep the boat a little bit more stable in rougher water, or in a flat water race, we could stretch it to the limit and keep the fuel light, meaning that it's going to be a very close call when we come back in if we're going to run out of fuel or not, and that'll allow us in a flatter water race to carry less weight, which ultimately creates speed because we can go faster because we're not carrying weight.
Stock class, so we run a factory Mercury 500R. We run factory Mercury propellers, just like you would put on a pleasure boat, and our hull has to be factory produced. You have to be able to buy this hull in a pleasure boat or stock format. Our 39 MTI hull, same as our pleasure boat. You're able to actually run these boats in the races, and you could also take it poker running. They have 3 seats you could add in the back. We can just basically insert the seat sections, and you can go pleasure boating for the weekend if you like. Pull it all out and go to the races, pass tech, pass safety, and get out here and go compete.
Yeah, so the Pro Class 1 is different from our Supercat in being that this is a victory hull. This is a 4D 5-foot boat with it's 12.5-foot beam, it's 12.5 wide. Got a 72-inch tunnel versus a 66 on the Supercat. So the Class 1 boats have a bigger tunnel, longer running surface, and they're wider boat. This boat for propulsion is on BPM drives, which is a shaft drive. The number 6 drive is steerable versus this boat having a rudder on it. It's a different setup, and in our class, in Class 1, you've got boats that run on a number 6 setup. We've got XINSURANCE North, who runs a 6 that's locked with a rudder, so they cut the skegs off, rudder steers the boat. So we've got a multitude of combinations in this class that we're allowed to run.
So this is our 388 Skater, Dirty Money Racing. It runs in Supercat class. The Supercat class has 510 cubic inch naturally aspirated motors that everybody has to follow a big set of rules: cam lift, cubic inch, compression. Boats are between 36 and 40 feet long. They run upwards of 140 miles an hour, and they're the ones that are making all the noise on the course. Showstopper.
What's going on, everybody? It's Redbeard here, and we're at Key West 2025 Offshore Powerboat Racing World Championship. Come check this out.
You ready for the Key West races or what?
Ready for it, man. Biggest race of the year.
Key West is totally different than any other race. There's no place like it on earth. It's the end-all be-all in offshore racing.
Into today's race?
We're leading points today. We had to do a lot of work on the boat Saturday after Friday's race, so we're hoping everything will be good. Just stay on top.
Where are you guys at points-wise?
I think we're about 20-something points in the lead.
In the lead. So going in today, you really want to get first, maybe second, third place might kind of still get you up there for world champion, is what I'm understanding.
Yeah, I think if we get fourth and DeFalco gets third, we win by a point.
Really? So it's a tight race. Yep. Good luck today, guys.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. How was that?
This is an arcade. This is a spectacle out here.
Well, remember I said a circus?
Yes.
we got a 3-ring circus going on here for sure.
You really do.
So it's just festive. You know, you go down towards the other end with the Navy League and Coast Guard and all that have stuff set up, and then at the other end with our VIP, you know, it's just. You know, I look at the video here on the screen right now, and it's just, the seawall is packed with people. Yep. You know, that's down there where the breakwaters are, and that's it's full of people.
It's full everywhere you look. But I mean, the atmosphere is so festive out here on the mall. Plenty to eat, plenty to drink. Still time for you to get on down here and join us if you're looking for the best spot to watch the races. All right, so we've got the 4 races here today, and then this evening the award ceremony. And you guys changed this up a few years ago. What are the other great changes you made that the fans can all be part of the award ceremony? And those award ceremonies will take place at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater.
Correct. Yeah, that starts at, I believe, 7 o'clock tonight. You know, we've got to get time for the scorekeepers and all that to go through all the results and all the breakouts from the breakouts or penalties or you know, there's a 1,000 things they got to do in order to get a complete race. So you know, helicopters are running around now. They're cleared to course, and I think we're going to be starting here any minute.
Right. And one last thing, question: will the champagne be flowing over there tonight?
Absolutely. And it's chilling right now.
And then when this is all over, Larry will be on ice when this is done.
With my bottle of champagne laying in a tub of ice.
Larry Blyle, always great to catch up with you, my friend. What a week we have had. and the anticipation, and we are salivating to get the second half of the day underway. Thanks, my man.
Thank you very much, Rick.
The one and only Larry Blyle, president of Race World Offshore. We'll take another break. We're
going to keep it right
Oh, you want to keep it here
we're
now?
We're going to keep it right here.
Okay.
Thank you, Larry and Rick, and we're going to continue on because they have pushed these boats out, and we're about ready to get started in our second half of racing. Factory stock are out to race here to start the afternoon. 8 laps on the day. They've already come out of the milling area. Eric Colby rejoins me from SpeedOnTheWater.com. Todd Swafford here back with you on the Race World Offshore live stream at Facebook and YouTube, being produced by XINSURANCE Sports. You can watch on their Center. Scott Porte's legacy and innovation continues to shape the future of marine engineering. At PorteProducts.com, we build performance into everything. Eric Colby, let's get today's starting grid of Factory Stock 500.
All right, in lane 1, Willie Cabeza, Throttleman, Grant Bruggeman, GC Racing. Lane 2, Sayles MF, Chad Rudisil is the owner-driver, Rusty Williams on the throttles. Lane 3, Jackhammer, Reese Langheim, Julian Maldonado throttling. Podium, Joe Spiloric, Garrett Coonrod, Lake Wiley Racing. Lane 5, Alan Al, the 38 Doug Wright, Robert Lopiano, Alfred Amato. Lane 6, Heritage Canados, last year's defending champion, having a tough time this year. Urban Grant on the wheel, Michelle Carcenti on the throttles. Good Boy Vodka, Go GPS. Christian McCauley's the driver. Rob Lockyer is on the throttles. And lane 8, Montlick Injury Attorneys, Logan Adon and throttleman Giovanni Carpatelli. And I talked to Logan after the race on Friday. And on Friday, they had what he called a hard guardian, which meant even turning off the motors, the power couldn't reset it. So there was something else going on there. But on Wednesday, they had one of the cables that holds the cowling in place come loose and wrap around either the supercharger or the supercharger belt, which is just the weirdest thing that I've heard happening with one of those 500s or 450s. So some tough luck for them this year, but glad to see they're still going to be out, and I'm sure there is some intelligence gathering going on for Giovanni for the Pro Class 1 race later today.
Yeah, the two teams that were at the top of the podium last year struggling here in Key West, including the reigning world champ Heritage Canados with Michel Carcente. He's looking to next year already, and he's building in Italy a brand new 40-foot catamaran. We'll find out more details about that. Want to stay close to him, who has been racing here in the United States for decades. He used to race with the factory, I believe, 2 teams. Was a fountain racer for a long time.
Yachts International.
The Yachts International team, and he's raced in XCAT as well.
He raced with Michael Siebold, so we would like to send condolences to the Siebold family on the passing of one of the greatest powerboat racers of all time, Billy Siebold, recently. But yeah, today this should be Joey. What's the points looking like?
It's really at this point, for anybody outside of Sayles or GC Racing to go to the top of the podium, those two teams have to finish 4th or lower. If those two teams, GC Racing or Sayles, are in the top 3, they're on the podium for the individual today, those two teams will be, one of those two teams will be your world champions.
Okay, we're lining up. We got yellow flags, so they're getting them ready to go.
Factory stock. They're equipped with the 500R Mercury Racing supercharged engine from the 300R block that races in super stock. These, of course, supercharged, and teams can use existing 450 gear cases or the 500R gear cases. Many or most are using the 450 gear case, and eventually when they get to the 500 gear cases, and Jackhammer does use them, it's got a better water pickup, bigger skeg, less propellers to fit the shaft for most of these teams who don't want to reinvest in bunch of propellers this year. Some people prefer the 450, think it's quicker. RPM limit at 6,800 RPM, and these are wide cats from the factory, unchanged, 35 to 40 feet with a 72-inch tunnel wider than Supercats. They come out of the water weighing 6,750 pounds, and they can deploy the use of a tunnel tab with a weight penalty.
Yeah, Jackhammer, Julian Maldonado told me the other day that they actually went backwards. They started with the 500 gear cases.
Did they?
And then at Clearwater, they decided to try the 450 gear cases. And then on Wednesday, they broke their best set of props, so they bought a pair of props from Heritage. And they were a little too big, but that's basically what they've got to run with today.
Yeah, Michel Carcente told me he preferred the 450 gear case and had stayed with it this year. All right, our factory stock boats are up, and we're ready to race.
A taller wheel could help in these conditions because it is calm for these 38 and 39-foot boats.
Super flat, but remember now at about 1 o'clock today, 1:20, the tide will start going out. These boats will get the benefit of pretty much of a slack tide or the very end of the tide coming in.
That was a great start there. They were lined. That's probably one of the nicest starts
Yes,
we've seen
that
all
was real
week.
clean.
Like that was
and the
clean
rookies are
running.
out front. Look at the Lake Wiley boat.
And the race is on in factory stock here
Yeah,
for the
it's
44th
cool.
annual Key West World Championships.
And there goes Jackhammer. Maybe those tall wheels are what they want for today.
What a start there. That was pretty.
8 laps on the day, a 4.48-mile course off the harbor of Key West, Florida. The 44th Annual World Championships presented by Race World Offshore. From the XINSURANCE Helicam, your leaders on the grid. You see Motley Injury in the middle of the screen, battling LWR. With the inside line, Say Less and Jackhammer to the more than 90-degree 3-pin turn at 1. They're all very close here. Water very flat here today.
Ooh, Jackhammer pushing out.
Oh, and missing the buoy was
LWR.
number 44. They're going to have to go back and get that buoy.
And they have to do so in such a way that they don't impede anyone else on the course. So let's see if they do that.
Motley Injury Attorneys, or they'll just take the penalty. Motley Injury Attorneys.
Yeah, it looks like they're opting for the penalty.
They may feel like they couldn't get to it. We'll have to have officials sort that out later today. But
Yep.
Motley Injury Attorneys with the lead heading down the eastbound leg. Boats are flat, stuck to the water.
There was a caution on turn 1, a bad buoy.
Oh.
So maybe that's part of it. I'm not exactly sure.
There's
Either
a-
way, LWR is getting washed down absolutely
they
right
got
now.
to get out of the dirty water there, the
Yep.
churn. And we watch our leaders turn in front of Fort Zachary Taylor back into the harbor. Factory stock racing at the end of the first three-quarter lap, which is an official lap.
And we've got Montlick and Heritage, the boats that we thought we would see out front all week.
Motley in the lead. Heritage just a second and a half behind. Jackhammer will have third. LWR and Say Less across the line ahead. Then it's GC Racing and Ow Ow.
Yeah.
Good Boy Vodka, Rob Lockyer from UK following. And we'll watch the boats heading out of the harbor and through the turn here. Here's Motley getting set up. Giovanni Carpatella from Italy on the throttles, and Logan Adon from United States, the young wheelman, being chased by Heritage Canados, who is able to stay inside the churn.
Jackhammer in third, Say Less fourth. I know Alan Allen's in sixth, but another boat was sneaking in there in the spray. I couldn't make out who it was.
Is that GC Racing sitting there?
But here comes the two Doug Wrights. Look at Heritage coming out of the harbor.
Yeah, Heritage did not lose any distance to the leader.
Heritage and Good Boy Vodka, both out of the Supreme Marine Shop. Troy Hannon, crew chief on the Heritage Canados.
There's the Motley Injury Attorney teams. 38 Doug Wright. All these boats paired with the supercharged Mercury Racing 500s. 1,000 horsepower on stern.
The way it started out, Montlick is back on the podium right now for the World Championship chase. They are sitting second. The Say Less has got a huge lead there, but the GC Racing falling to sixth so far opens the door for Montlick to sit a point ahead of GC Racing in the overall chase.
From bird's eye view from Key West Harbor, looking from near the outer Mulvinder Village presented by Mount Sinai Medical Center.
On Friday, it didn't bother GC that they started, I think it was right around sixth.
Yeah, it was.
They
You're
just
right.
marched through the
They
fleet,
sure did.
and they took the win on the last lap. So
they're tied for points right now in the overall standings. So they're going to have a good chance of being on the podium at the end. But you're right. Just do what they did last week and like they did the day before. You know, first they just slowly been slow but sure.
Yeah, see if they make the march again. It'll be interesting to watch.
Tortoise versus the hare mentality.
Yeah, well, we've got a fast track for these boats here today. As you can see, they're running flat.
Yeah.
And really, when you think about it as the day progresses, this is where the course may change a bit with the outgoing tide, which will be strong this afternoon. Canada's bouncing around and going through the spray. Yep.
Irvin just made his inside move.
And they'll come right back down the harbor in front of all the fans here. At the end of lap number 2, we'll be able to clock Motley Injury Attorneys and give you their lap speed. Adon and Carpatella leading in factory stock. 97 miles an hour on that lap. 3 seconds ahead of Canada's at this moment. Motley Injury Attorneys in the lead. Off screen, Jackhammer running in 3rd.
Say Less up to 4th. GC now 5th, so they're already on the move.
Yep.
Lake Wiley is 6th. Allen Al 7th. And Good Boy Vodka comes through 8th as we see Montlick Injury Attorneys coming through the turn. And Key West Harbor, 3 pins. Getting set to trim it, to straighten up, trim it back down, and watch that rooster tail drop. And that's when you'll know they're hitting their efficient speed because the water is going back, not up.
Clock our boats coming out of the harbor as we watch the rest of the grid come through, navigating that 3-pin turn, more than just about 180-degree turn here in Key West Harbor. Motley heading back out to turn number 1.
Rooster tails look very similar. I wouldn't say they're holding their advantage, but they're not pulling farther.
Just inside 3 seconds, trailing is Canada's Heritage. And 8 seconds behind him is Jackhammer in 3rd.
That move by the GC Racing to move up a spot bumps Montlick down to 3rd place in the overall chase. GC now at 2nd place.
And now let's see if GC catches Say Less MF. They're running 8 laps today, so it is a longer run. There could be elements of setup coming to someone later in the race that we didn't see with the shorter races on Wednesday and Friday.
The Frenchman Carcente there in Heritage Canados, along with Irvin Grant. He likes the rough water. He's not getting the water he likes here, but he said the one thing he likes the most when he's in the rough, he's got a driver who's not scared, Irvin Grant.
And that battle for the lead right there is the battle for the 3rd place in the podium as well right now. Heritage can get around him. They are back on the podium and knocking Montlick off of it.
Well, the 2 top boats from last year's World Championship, and the only thing that prevented Adon and Carpatella from a World Championship was a penalty on the start last year. And here they come back through, continuing to hold the lead at the end of lap number 3 in factory stock. Perfect water for them here. Again, the end of the incoming tide. You can see a little bit of you can always find a hole there coming back into the harbor here.
Yeah, Montlick is just right. The attitude's perfect. Well, so it's same for Canados, really.
Turns out lap at 98.8. Heritage still 3 seconds off the pace. Carcente and Grant.
Jackhammer is still 3rd off camera. Say Less coming through 4th.
Say Less holds.
GC 5th. 6th, LWR. Allen Al is 7th.
Watching the leader navigate the hairpin turn, Key West Harbor. Saw Irish Kevins go over earlier today there.
That is a great angle, that kind of backwards look to it. This really gives you a great perspective of them coming into it.
Great shot from the XINSURANCE sports team.
I was going to say, let's see if Willie and Grant try to tuck in underneath and make up some ground on Say Less in the harbor.
Well, that Say Less and GC are your overall leaders in the point standings right now.
Boat setting back out of the harbor on a southwest leg. This course, 4.48 miles, set up in the lee of the island. Typical winds this time of year out of the northeast to east, and you can't get away from the bump out there if it's really blowing when you come between 1 and 2, especially if it's blowing out of the east, or as it was at some points this week out of the southeast.
On the leg coming out of the harbor heading back towards turn 1, I had GC about 2.5 seconds behind Say Less, and it looks like they're trying to close it up.
Weather conditions stay very hot in terms of this time of year in the low 80s, but it feels a lot warmer. There's not much cloud cover. The wind southeast at just a faint blow at 2 miles an hour.
I talked to Tyler Miller yesterday, and they're all black Class 1 boat. And he said when they closed it and turned on the air conditioning, it was 105, and when they got in to go out and test, it was 101 degrees. And don't forget, they wear full jumpsuits in those Pro Class 1 boats, and I think Giovanni and Logan wear one in the Montlick boat.
Trailing the Montlick team, Heritage Canados. There's your leader, and Canados makes a nice turn.
So if they're building a new boat, I wonder if this boat's going to be for sale.
I'm sure it will be.
Because that's a proven winner right there.
In control of the line is Montlick, and the world-class throttleman, Carpatella, knows how to run his boat. Again, at 98.5 miles an hour on that lap, 2 minutes 51 seconds, taking them to complete the 4.48 mile course. So Canado's second and Jackhammer off screen in third. Say Less still holds fourth. GC just trailing them in fifth.
I think GC's about the same distance back. They're not really making anything up.
There comes Say Less and Al Al.
They've been running about the same distance the whole entire fleet about for the last 3 laps.
And then completing the 8 boats is Good Boy Vodka team.
So we're at the halfway point of the race. Now let's see if someone set up for their boat to come to them as they burn off more fuel in the last couple of laps.
To the X-Insurance Helicam, chasing Montlick Injury.
Heritage has come off pace big time all of a sudden.
Just
that boat that was chasing the Montlick there on the screen there is nowhere. Montlick is gone right now.
That'll put Jackhammer into second place behind your leader on screen. Say Less will move into third, GC to fourth.
And that crazy part, that actually bumps Montlick off the podium. By Jackhammer moving to second place, Montlick is now off the podium for the World Championship chase.
No, Heritage is getting back up. So it looked like it was an evil Guardian.
Guardian mode meant to protect these engines from overheating. There's a series of protocols in the engines, and they're tuned down for the racing engines.
Yeah, the Guardian itself, the system, the monitors, the sensors are supposed to be.
But to prevent fatal damage from the engine.
So there is kind of a double-edged sword to that. It keeps you from having to buy a new motor if you just destroy it.
After this lap, 3 to go for the factory stock World Championship 3-day cumulative points total. Say Less, GC Racing have swapped the wins on Wednesday and Friday. And here comes your leader. Number 2 boat not even on the screen at the moment. Here comes 120 miles an hour at least into the harbor. And Montlick turns that lap again, 2 minutes 51 seconds, 98.17 miles per hour on the average.
They need help, though. They need major help to get on the podium for the World Championship.
Say Jackhammer in second, 17 seconds off the lead. Say Less in third. GC
fourth.
handling that boat flawlessly. A Don on the turn.
Now, what does this do for Lake Wiley? LWR.
They're well off of it actually right now, surprisingly enough. They're sitting in 5th place overall right now, not really on pace for the championship. Again, right now for the championship chase for the Worlds, Say Less is in control. GC Racing, that's the battle right there. If that battle for 3rd place right now is your battle for the World Championship overall, and then Montlick, they can do nothing. They're sitting in 1st place. If Jackhammer comes in 2nd place, they'll take the 3rd place spot over Montlick, and Montlick will be left off the podium for the World Championship.
But who are we looking at for number 1 for the world title?
Say Less and GC Racing. That's the battle right there.
Okay.
1st and 2nd are Say Less and GC Racing, and then Jackhammer is sitting 3rd in the World Championship chase right now.
So whoever finishes in front of the other has the World Championship, Joey?
Between Say Less and GC, correct. That battle for 3rd place right there that we're looking right there, that's what's on the screen. That battle right there between Say Less and GC Racing is the absolute battle for the World Championship right now.
Well, with 2.5 laps to go, GC needs to start cutting down on that lead.
And then Montlick, in order to get on the podium, needs somebody to get past Jackhammer. If somebody get past by Jackhammer, then Montlick's back on the podium again.
Todd, did you just speak this into existence? Look at this. This is Say Less leading GC out at turn 1, and they look like they just closed it up.
They did.
That's it. That's where we're looking at that for this Factory Stock World Championship right there. That's the battle right there.
We're also looking at weather out at turn 1. Or is it beyond?
No, it's a little shower that you could see it there on the right side of the screen. There is definitely a little bit of a shower there that might roll through the area and change the winds a little bit.
Yeah.
That's the US-1 cloud. It comes in every day.
There's your number 3 boat overall trying to block GC Racing from getting by them. It will determine the points winner for the World Championship. As Montlick comes back through.
Those 3 boats we see right there are your top 3 in the World Championship chase. Montlick, again, just hoping something happens behind them.
So 97.76 miles an hour.
Good boy, vodka's out.
Extra second or 2 on that lap. Jackhammer's still in 2nd. And let's see the differential with 2 laps to go between Say Less and GC. GC 3.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, so Say Less opened it back up a little there.
2 laps to see who gets that world title right there.
Slow start for GC getting going today. They were in back of the starting grid, but they've made their way up through. Now trying to get around Say Less as we watch.
The Canados move up on 1 and Al. Yeah. They swap spots there.
Heritage did get back up and running after the Guardian issue.
I had Heritage in 6th coming back through this lap.
Yes, correct.
Followed by Al. Good boy Vodka, go GPS. Checking out of the race, Rob Lockyer and Christian McCauley in the Doug Wright. Supreme Marine Troy Hansen rigging that boat. Rob Lockyer next year is going to be campaigning one of the new 40-foot Platinum catamarans that'll be racing in factory stock.
Yep.
Built by Scott Grants and
Edwin Shearer.
Yep.
And Say Less is slowly trying to creep up on that that Jackhammer there. I think that's their race for the 3rd place overall in the World Championship for Montlick's sake.
GC was unable to make up any ground, lost a 2.5 heading back out of the harbor. So Say Less looks like they're in control with a couple of laps, keeping GC at bay. Coming up next, Supercats and Extreme. On board with the XINSURANCE Telecam, captain of the vessel, Rick Lindsay. Neil Mellis is filming today for XINSURANCE.
Can't be very cool up there in that basically magnifying glass of a cockpit.
We should get a breeze, I suppose.
You got a big fan on top of you. Come on now, it's got to be cool.
Yes.
Well, it just depends on what doors are on and what doors are off for the for the photographer. But here's Say Less, the boat that ran as TS Motorsports, and I don't know if she's still down here, but Taylor Sissom was down here with baby Pearl. Got to say hello the other day. And
getting her training already. I like it.
I'm sure she's somewhere in the air conditioning today. But here's Montlick, white flag lap.
I was talking about baby Pearl already going into training to be racer one day, right?
254 on that lap. Shade
He's
below
absolutely
97.
checked out. Hey.
But Jackhammer
holding his spot, and he's sitting third on the podium for the World Championship right now.
Yeah, this is the battle for the World Championship in factory stock, and Sayles continues to lead with just a lap left, and GC still about 4 seconds off the pace of Rusty Williams and Chad Rutzel. Rutzel going into the Key West Harbor turn. Can't make any mistakes here. This will determine who the world champion is. We watch Jackhammer and the 40-foot Valor out of Manatee Marine come through. In chase, GC just hoping for one misstep here.
Then you think about first season, no data on a Valor, and they're vying for a podium spot at the World Championships.
There goes Montlick for the final time. Flawless race today for Adon and Carpatella. There is the potential world champion, Rutzel and Williams, out of Performance Boat Center.
And that is Chad, I believe, co-owns the big boat with a gentleman who owns Rosenbach Trucking. I don't know his first name, but since he's helping pay the bills, we should give him a mention.
Absolutely.
Those are not some small bills.
So GC, as you can see,
trying.
They are trying.
You know, Grant's pushing to try to make up ground, but I don't
it.
see it happening. Rusty's gonna. We'll see. This is the angle, though. That's the whole thing. Oh, is he pulling up on him? But Rusty will get Chad through that turn, and then they just have to defend.
They'll defend and push them out. You don't have any bump to really try and get somebody out of shape and get by them. They're just stuck to the water.
Yeah.
And continuing.
Just defend that line.
Yep.
Don't let Willie get a corner inside you.
And
one turn remaining.
Yeah, they're able to get great speed out there with no bump to navigate.
Yeah,
and
that tunnel, what is it, 70?
72 inches.
Yeah, so they're trying to fill that as full of air as they can to get some lift going.
What a week for them and a finish to the season. Stepped up into a championship boat and are looking to finish off the World Championship here in Key West with a rookie driver.
Yep. Yeah, Montlick gets the win.
Montlick will finish the last laps just at 254 and just under 97 miles an hour. Jackhammer looks poised to take second place here today in the Valor Cat from Manatee Marine, but the race behind him is for the World Championship. And your winner today unofficially will be Sayles.
Sayles actually got in front. You know what? Montlick is back on the podium, actually. Holy cow. That move right there, Jackhammer's not on. That puts Montlick back on the podium last second.
Yeah, so Jackhammer not coming back around. That puts Sayles in second and GC in third.
So Sayles wins the championship. GC is second.
GC is second, right. And
Montlick third?
Montlick, I'm doing it. Looking at this right now, LWR is my question really quick. Let me see where LWR ends up. And fourth place points for LWR is not enough. Montlick is on your podium in third place overall, correct?
Yeah, we see Jackhammer struggling.
Unofficially, of course.
Well, yeah, we make no penalties or anything like that. But yeah, Jackhammer limps in, so that opens the door for Montlick right there to end up on the podium. Despite everything this year, they end up back on the podium, third place. You know, that's a hell of a comeback there, you know. But yeah, your champion, Sayles, holds them off. Second place overall, GC Racing. Montlick is on the podium in the end, third place overall. And LWR actually is your fourth place team.
And keeping in mind that officially these boats have to be teched and their results verified, but unofficially looking at the points, that's where things stand. And we have to keep in mind too, LWR missed that buoy
Right, so he might get bumped back from there too.
He might get bumped back from there too, but still.
But that's not going to affect your podium.
No, not anymore. Yeah, at this point.
We're not expecting that at all to affect the podium of the race. So Motley injury attorneys finishing in 22 minutes 14 seconds. Is turning laps at the highest, just under 99 miles an hour. We'll see them get the checkered flag here.
That was a study in resilience for Montlick for the week.
Well, right? I'm glad they came out and...
Yeah, I'm glad they didn't just say, let's do what Logan was thinking and just scratch for Sunday. But good job driving. Gives Giovanni some great intel for the Pro Class 1 race. But you also have said numerous times that things are going to start changing a little bit weather-wise. And that front out off of turn 1 kind of shows that.
Yeah, and especially now in 20 minutes, the tide's going to start going out. So, and again, it's a short tide. So I mean, normally 6-7 hours is going to go out in 4. It means it's going to rip pretty good, especially at the end. But the winds again continue to just to languish. I mean,
I can feel a little breeze.
A little bit of a breeze, but we'll get the latest report from Sand Key, which is just offshore, and it's at east-southeast at 2 miles an hour. So there's barely a breeze. There's your winner today in the Conch Republic Championship. They'll
Third
get a
place overall.
Third place and on the podium for the 3-day World Championship. Second place went to Sayles, who has the points lead for the World Championship, as we see Qatar going out, one of the extreme boats.
Yeah, they're already pushing out that next start. The Supercats and the Extremes are already on their way out.
Kudos to race control for keeping things going. Much better to have a quick pace than a slow one for getting the races off.
Jackhammer, what a tough break there too for them.
Yeah.
Sitting right on the point of being in the podiums, and you know that one, whatever equipment failure that was there, takes them and drops them all the way down to 6th place for the week. So from 3rd to 6th, that one half a lap right there. From 3rd place for the week to 6th place in the week on a half a lap. That's the way it works, though. You know, you got to finish as much as you can, and a war of attrition. We've always said it.
To finish first you must finish.
Course is clear and green, so don't be surprised if they get this next one going through. The Supercats and the Extremes get going here shortly.
I had the man who basically was the godfather behind the Key West World Championships, Bob Nordskog, pound that mantra into my brain when I used to cover offshore for Powerboat magazine. You're not doing anything if you don't finish the race first.
Bob Nordskog at the time was the APBA offshore commissioner. The sport was very much a worldwide event with the UIM, and they were racing for the worldwide championship. You have boats in Europe and Sweden, Great Britain, Italy, Australia, and it was getting to be a mess to try and go around the world and qualify to have enough points to win. And he devised the single site World Championship in 1977. First one was held here in Key West, where the legendary Motorsports Hall of Fame inductee Betty Cook won the first World Championship in the Kama.
Yep.
And then every other year through the 80s, Key West was the site of that single site World Championship, and APBA always having their World Championship here as well. And since we've had 44 here, now Race World Offshore is producing the event.
I mean, I remember Bobby Moore won a championship for a Japanese team, Katana,
Yes,
in
sir.
open class.
Yep. We're waiting for the Supercats to come out. They will race along with an extreme class boat here today. Spirit of Qatar and the Extreme Custom Marine Chartier Construction.
And we also want to, Mike Knobloch also wanted to give a shout out to another sponsor, Dan's Excavation. And he said, if you want to know who Dan's Excavation is, he's on that big white yacht on the other side of the course. So I guess excavating's been pretty good to the gentleman. And one of the guys on this course today, Steve Curtis, won his first championship here. He was like 19 or 18. I remember the iconic shot of him in his Union Jack T-shirt, looking like Joe Elliott from Def Leppard on the deck of that Cougar.
So we have Super always
Cat.
gets me, Supercat and Extreme. Let's get our starting Supercat and Extreme grid from Speed on the Water's Eric Colby.
Lane 1 is the winner from Wednesday and Friday, Dirty Money. Driver Britt Lilly throttles Bill Pyburn. Lane 2, Gray Dell. Driver Chris Grant throttles Jay Muller. Lane 3, CR Racing Southeast Service, Rob Understall and Casey Boaz. Lane 4, Team Farnsworth Hancock Claims, Christian McCauley on the wheel, Anthony Smith on the throttles. 5, EWB Racing, Kelly Crace and Ron Gibbs from Lake Havasu City, and Jackson Chase Muller in the 40 Motion Wicked in Lane 6. We did have a scratch today. Roland Transport rolled on Friday and is not competing. They are getting the boats up on plane. The Extreme boats, American Custom Marine, Jeff McCann, Mike Knobloch, and Spirit of Qatar, Sheikh Hassan bin Jabor Al Thani, and the throttleman is Steve Curtis.
All right, we're about ready and set to go. They're going to bring the boats up. We have something unique we're looking at here, Eric and I. It's from Heffring Marine. There are data units on Team Farnsworth and Dirty Money, and we'll be able to watch their speed over ground and any G-forces that they have here. Something we're hoping to bring to racing. Roger Conley of RWO help us to put it together, and may help us in the future with live streaming and scoring. So here are our Supercat boats, and we're about set to go racing for the Key West World Championship. Your reigning world champion is Dirty Money.
Yellow.
Looking for the green flag.
There's the green.
And the race is on for the 44th annual Key West World Championships. Supercat Racing on the waters off the island city.
EWB had the inside, actually, and they're making a pretty good run.
So the boat's heading out to the 3-pin, more than 90-degree turn, southeast on Key West Harbor. Graydell, your US 1 national champion, on screen.
Dirty Money is still at the point.
We're showing their speed over ground at 116 miles an hour. Billy Shipley is going to join us for this broadcast from Team Woody as we look at Dirty Money. Continuing to hold at about 116 miles an hour. This update from Heffring Marine Technology. It's on the Supercat Farnsworth and Dirty Money. Leading, going into the 3-pin turn at number 2. The Goodwin Competition engines and the 388 Skater.
And Billy Shipley, unofficial congratulations, my friend.
Yeah, thank you so much.
We get that mic turned up. Yep.
3.
There's Billy. Hey, Billy, congratulations.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It was fun out there today. Nice and flat.
Looked like you were trying to chase OC.
He was playing with us today. He was by himself, so we talked before the race. He said, I'm going to hang back with you guys for a little bit.
And here's two people who don't hang back for anyone.
No, not at all.
Britt Lilly, Bill Pyburn.
Dirty Money, Hancock, and Graydell. About 6 seconds.
That's a really good lap one today.
120. Our top speed so far for Dirty Money.
Farnsworth, though, was battling for second.
Yeah, Farnsworth was right there at second.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the order that the standings are right now. Well, exactly. I mean, the Farnsworth and Great L battling for second, third in the overall standings right now. Dirty Money in the lead, and the rest of the pack came in order.
First of 9 laps here.
Oh, now Great L has taken over second coming out of the harbor. So Chris got underneath Christian there.
Dirty Money back out on the Atlantic leg. Get you an interval of 6 seconds behind is Great L. 9 laps.
Yep. 9 laps. It's anybody's race today. They're super close. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
CR Racing can make a move into second place. They get themselves on the podium and start bumping everybody else down there. So CR Racing has a really good shot at this, and so does EWB, actually, that matter.
CR's closing the gap right now.
Watching Dirty Money, their Heffring box showing them at 115 miles an hour.
I talked to CR. They were so pleased just to have finished a race.
Yeah.
On Friday and to get on the podium. So, and they said probably the guy who was most relieved was Pee Wee from Pee Wee's Performance, who builds their engines.
That's a winning boat right there they're in. Once they get it together, it'll be a contender for sure, like it was before.
Yeah, I mean, Casey said we're just trying to learn what the boat likes, because even though they raced a 388, it's like no two skater 388s are identical.
I don't think so.
And boat that runs flat, nose down, stuck to the water. Dirty Money, Goodwood Competition Engines, 388 skater, Bill Pyburn on the sticks, Britt Lilly on the wheel. They'll lead at the end of lap number 2. Average speed 107.66 miles an hour. Radell running in second. Farnsworth in third.
These are probably some of the fastest turns these boats have ever made at Key West, Florida.
I had the interval between 1 and 2 at 11 seconds between first and second.
Dirty Money showing a 1.8 G in the harbor turn. But still, without the wave action, they told me they were doing G's at 6 on Friday. The bump.
Did I miss CR?
Yes, it went by fourth. He was right on the tail there of Team Farnsworth.
Okay.
Again, if he can get ahead of anybody, he's on the podium right now. They're fighting that middle of the pack. Farnsworth, Great L, and CR Racing are all close enough. No matter how they finish, is well how they'll be on the podium at this point.
Just saw American Custom Marine come through in the extreme class. Great L now 16 seconds off the pace of Dirty Money. Bird's eye view of the course, looking out towards 1 from Key West Harbor. Supercat Racing here in Key West, the RWO Key West World Championships. We seen Spirit of Qatar, guys?
Yeah, they came through. They were in the middle of the pack there. They were between Wicked. They came in before the Wicked did there.
So they're running in first and extreme.
And I see him going around turn 2 out there. If you look closely, you see the big red hole of the Qatar.
Back to Dirty Money into the harbor. Get you lap time and speed here on them as they come back in to Key West Harbor.
Did you say 107 was the average on the last lap?
Yes, sir. That's got to be 135 miles an hour, a 107.6, a 236 lap.
And they're going to get faster and faster as they lose that fuel.
Yeah, they're running 9 laps today.
Radell in second. Hancock. Great day today. 110 plus, heading towards the turn.
Dirty Money's championship to lose, and even if they faltered a bit, they could fall all the way to third place and still have the world championship in their hands.
GC fourth, EWB fifth. There goes Spirit of Qatar and Extreme, Sheikh Hassan and Steve Curtis. So we look at Great Dell into the harbor turn. Out of Toronto, Canada, Chris Grant with veteran Jay Muller. More Supercat World Championships than any other throttle man, along with Billy Moff and WHM Motorsports.
Great L team, they had such a hard start to the week, breaking down. To come back and finish second today and second on the podium would be really great for them.
From the XINSURANCE Helicam, Pyburn and Lilly, a formidable team in the cockpit.
Yeah, I mean, they did more than break down. I mean, they had to rebuild a fuel tank and rebuild the side of their boat.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
again,
you're right, though.
It's a heck of a comeback. From where they were on Wednesday and what happened to where they're at now, potentially finishing second in the World Championship chase, it's one hell of a comeback right there.
I think Chris would be happy with that after Wednesday.
This is fight week. We always call it that. You got to fight all week long to get here,
battle.
man.
Well, you saw that last week with the Montlick. He was on the podium, and then all of a sudden, Jackhammer was behind him. He's off the podium, and then Jackhammer breaks down. He's back on the podium.
Dirty Money, defending their World Championship here in Key West.
More time in a 388 skater than virtually anyone we know. Bill Pyburn throttling that boat.
Yes, pure platinum skaters that, he's run them all over poker running. Now he is a tough cookie to beat in Supercat racing. His team, when they noodle on it, they're going to come up with a solution. Racing also in Pro Class 1 in XINSURANCE South. 2 minutes, 36 seconds, 107.54 miles an hour.
Consistency right there.
Yep.
He's so far ahead that the Great L almost has clean water running themselves.
Yeah, it'll change up everybody's race. It'll actually create a good environment for this second-third situation.
Great L's checking out too himself.
Yeah, they're good too, yeah.
Boy, what a great season Great L had as we watch Dirty Money. That's how you turn a 38 Supercat. 1,600 horsepower, keeping that boat well under control. G's under 2 in the turn.
But you think about, these are all newer, lighter 388 skaters, and Anthony Smith is still on the podium. with the 40 MTI, and that's the oldest boat in the fleet, I think.
Back in the day, that was one of the fastest boats out here, too, about 10 years ago. Until they started building these lighter boats.
Watching Dirty Money head back out again.
Now the battle right now is between the third and fourth place teams here as they come out and through here. The Hancock and the CR Racing. The winner of that, with his third today, gets third on the podium overall. So that's the battle right now, third place in this class. Otherwise, first and second have checked out.
So if Hancock holds, they'd end up on the podium?
They end up in third on the podium if Hancock holds. If CR can get around them, then CR gets the podium. By 1 point, it'll be 311 to 310.
Oh, wow. CR Racing. In the middle of your screen. Cut back to your number 2 boat in Extreme. American Custom Marine as we look back at Dirty Money.
All right, Farnsworth crossed those fingers and toes.
That battle for third is the battle in this. That's the one we have. The big question right now is who gets on the podium and who gets the third place podium today and for the week. Otherwise, Dirty Money is well ahead. Like I've said earlier, they had to have a major breakdown at this point to fall off the podium for the week even. And then CR is right there with them.
And we appreciate Win Farnsworth and Bill Pyburn putting these Heffron unit boxes into their cockpits to give us a taste of what scoring and live stream could look like in the future. Wish we could share it with you on the live stream, but it's looking really cool.
And the thing is probably to Bill and to Britt, they're not pushing right now. They're just in a rhythm.
Right.
And they don't want to mess with it. So
they're
not trying to, overpowering when they're just running their race.
She wants to get up and run right now. That Dirty Money is just going, and he's let it do its thing. And I almost feel the same way about the Graydell.
Yeah.
They found themselves a nice cushion. Nobody's pushing behind them. Nothing choppy in front of them, and they're just going to push in this area and just kind of pace from here.
Yeah, Bill 107.52 average speed. Farnsworth coming in.
Cassie Power in the Farnsworth.
In third. We're watching CR Racing now pulling behind them, and Qatar leading in Extreme. And Dirty Money, followed by Graydell. Chris Grant, the US 1 champions.
Yep.
As we watch Team Farnsworth.
The US 1 with the Canadian flag on it.
Christian McCauley and Anthony Smith in the Farnsworth team. Dirty Money.
And at this point, for Graydell to even go to try to chase him, it wouldn't make a difference. If Graydell ends up in first today, he's still second on the podium, so there's no reason to actually go try to chase down the Dirty Money. Be smart, finish your laps, and go get your second place overall.
Yep. Let's see if we can pull an interval for third to fourth.
Graydell.
Not quite 5 seconds from third to fourth.
That's close. Any mistake closes those seconds real quick.
Now, the one I'm finding interesting is that the cutter back there is sitting there, and the Qatar is sitting there, not really making a move on those two boats that are battling for that spot, almost as if, you know, that he's not wanting to get in the way of that battle for the podium right there.
Yeah, he'll go way outside of those guys and stay out of their way.
Yeah, Steve knows what's at stake.
He's been sitting there for about a lap and a half now. You know he could have by now.
Watching the motion with Sterling Power of the Muller boys cruise by. You can hear the roar of those Sterling engines. On screen, we're watching Dirty Money put on a show for race fans globally and here in the island city, the southernmost city, for the Continental Championship race and another World Championship. So we get American Custom Marine on screen. Now back to your leader, Dirty Money. 2 minutes, 36 seconds, 107.64 miles an hour.
They're not lifting a bit.
No, they're just staying consistent.
You know, Bill told me the other day he had to hold it back. She wanted to go faster.
Right.
And he was a little bit of a confused water out there, and he wanted to play it cool. Graydell flashes through in second. What a battle they had this year with Dirty Money in Supercat. This is for the World Championship. Farnsworth in third. CR Racing in fourth.
It's like Farnsworth gained about a second on him there.
Well, the Qatar is in between the two boats now, so that's going to be interesting how that plays out for this next half lap.
Curtis and Sheikh Hassan running first overall, and what an impressive feat it was to put that big 54 MTI together with Mercury Racing 1350s.
Best it's ever looked.
100%. It's been amazing.
But one of the things I was thinking about when Joey was saying, you know, the safest place for Qatar to go around them is 1 to 2.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's open ocean to their right.
Yeah, they get way
so
out there.
There's, you know, you got the harbor, you got the seawall here, so.
Well, you see him making the move past the Farnsworth.
Because he can do it cleanly here.
Right.
And Sheikh and Steve hope to race Pro Class 1 next year. Back around was EWB. What an impressive rookie debut for Kelly Crace and Ron Gibbs out of Lake Havasu City. And the 36 skater with the T Custom Marine Power.
I remember some of the races that boat ran here in the Cat Light races when they had the 525s, and it was Bob and Paul Whittier or Bob and John. They'd come flying by this seawall.
Qatar comes back through. Again, you can see the beauty of the way that boat is running. Off-screen Hancock through in third. CR in fourth. We watch Dirty Money Racing. 2 laps to go to defend their Key West World Championship.
5 seconds, you both got it. I saw it.
Yeah.
Good job. Great minds.
We were like 13 milliseconds apart.
You were like 5.68. I was 5.6 or something. But yeah, so if Anthony can hold that, that'd be a victory for them.
Pretty good day. Pretty good day for the Hancock Claims, Team Farnsworth.
Yeah, and
Supercat.
in that last turn, we saw Dirty Money at a 2.5 G load in the Key West Harbor turn off the Heffering Marine IMAS control unit. Getting a chance to look at data.
Lost 3 seconds there. Hancock, hold on here. They got the podium for third today, third in the podium.
Boy, is that boat, not only is it long, but it's wide.
What's that?
Spirit of Qatar.
Yeah.
Yeah, super wide.
And everything we're saying, of course, is unofficial. They still have to go through tech. Looks like Graydell is going to lap. Jay's lapping his kids right now on the backstretch going out to turn 1.
What a great year for Chris Grant and Jay Muller teaming up for the first time this year.
Austin Blocker, the crew chief out of Outlaw Performance in Fort Myers.
The entire
HRE Engines.
The entire team from Graydell.
Yep. Great season.
Love seeing them out there on the offshore scene. Always fun. Always make it interesting. EWB, great rookie season. They came to compete this year.
Should be seeing a checkered here, though, starting to fly. Any minute now, Dirty Money should be coming through. I mean, he's second.
All right, Bobby Adams, get out that broom meme that you're going to put up. Clean sweep, right?
It was. There they are, the foreground. You saw them fly by the foreground online there.
Dirty
there they are, your world champions.
Dirty Money, the Supercat World Champions. 2025, Bill Pyburn and Britt Lilly, the 388 skater with Goodwin Competition Engines, co-owners Bo and Tiffany Renfro, the entire team. Great job for Dirty Money. your Key West World Champions again.
And they're going to smile for about another few seconds and then start thinking about, all right, let's go get the Class 1.
There's your boat that wins the World Championship. Back to Braydell, who will finish in second here today. Spirit of Qatar that will take the Extreme checkered flag, and American Custom Marine finish second.
Click on the third.
On the live stream, we can see a shot of the victorious Dirty Money team. Victory without again here in Key West in Supercat Racing.
Well, the boat right behind the yellow buoy at start finish is their support boat with the Dirty Money flag on it. That gray center console.
Hey, girl.
That's got the Dirty Money flag on the back. So
They work so hard.
Victorious Dirty Money in Supercat. Spirit. Scoring, so it's something that we're working on. We're going to gather the data that we put together here and present it to officials, and so we can build something moving forward into the future where we can actually have live data.
Oh, we're doing a refuel after this.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah, so that'll let all the double duty guys get out and get in, and that's why Dirty Money's not rushing back in, because they can get their flag and still go in and get in the Class 1 boat. And the same for Anthony Smith to get in the Super V for Team Farnsworth.
Yeah, and it's always fun. You get to transfer at sea. Yeah, in the inner mold there. I watched it was we wave at Milton Califell.
Yep.
Yeah, GC Racing watched them yesterday. We came in to watch from the harbor yesterday, and they were testing both the factory stock boat and the
Pro Class 1.
Class 1 boat, and they were transferring. It's quite a task to do that. I'll tell you what, that Supercat racing something, Billy. It's we were down a boat, but the excitement wasn't any less here today.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome racing, man. Those guys are flying today.
Now
super fast race, super flat
water out there. Like I said, I think they're taking those turns probably faster than ever.
Now, I wasn't eavesdropping, but I happened to notice you getting a text, and that wouldn't have anything to do with a red fountain purchase, would it?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Maybe a yellow one.
Oh, you're going to buy the Farnsworth boat?
No, not Farnsworth. You never know. We're talking about something else. We got something on the hook.
Kevin Smith was on yesterday saying, okay, we might need to get ours out. Now that there's 6 of them out here.
Yeah. I would think that that'd probably be our next step. I don't want to go to a cat. Chad doesn't want to go to a cat, so we're going to stay in B-Hole Racing. But, a 40-foot fountain might be out there somewhere. You never know.
Maybe you need to go over to Europe and find something in a barn like the MSK dives.
Yeah. I wish that red one was coming back in it May. So it might be a red one and the yellow one out there next year.
There's your Supercat World Champs.
There you go. Well done.
Brett Lilly and Bill Pyburn.
I sure wish they would do flags on Sunday.
They usually do. I mean, they gave them to them this morning.
Yeah, we didn't get one either.
They won them on the stage, I think.
Oh, okay, because the brackets got some this morning, but it's a little easier to get them to the bracket guys when you're trying to keep the fleet moving. And we gotta give credit to Roderick Cox, the race director, for keeping everything moving so well, and to Larry Blyle for keeping us going. Everyone working very hard to keep us on schedule.
It's not an easy feat, guys. I mean, 98 boats. They were concerned about even being able to fit them in here.
Yeah, they were doing a good job on the radio pushing people. I was listening to others. I was waiting on the crane over there, and Roderick was like, "Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. We got to do better. We got to do better." And so
they got 20 minutes now for this next race. 20-minute warning they just gave out for the next race as they get the guys doing double duty, like we said, a couple helos, refueled, and things like that. So 20 minutes before this next race, they're going to push them out there. But again, that put us ahead. It's scheduled for 2:15. 20 minutes from now is 1:50. So that's right about 2 o'clock. So we're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule right now on this day of getting everybody out there, and that's important because just in case something happens. Not that we want to see it, but in case something happens, you're still on schedule for the last race of the day, too, with those 14 boats that get out there. That's a lot to put out there to get a start right. So, yeah, these next two races are on schedule, if not a little bit early for the Pro ones here coming up at potentially 2 o'clock, 2:15 at latest, it's looking like.
And we did have some mishaps on Wednesday and Friday, so we want to say hello to Caleb Mead, who was bumped up a little bit in the factory stock race. Austin Blocker, Dale McEachern, and Drinkilo, and Pete Rivero, and Ricardo Maldonado, and Michaelized. Everyone, a tribute to the design and build of these boats. Everyone got out. No one was seriously hurt.
Yep.
Oh, and let's not forget Scott McCormick and Bob Spitulski, because you do not want to forget a former NFL lineman.
No, and they were tossed from the boat. And
they were. I mean, I've watched the video, and
they got out of that boat quickly.
They did.
You've seen videos like that through the years, where the boat goes one way.
We can laugh about it now.
Basically, the boat goes one way, the guys go the other.
Yeah, and there's no option there. You're going to go wherever you're going to go.
I've been in that situation before on my own personal craft, and the steering broke on the back. The hydraulic steering broke on the back, and all of a sudden I'm going one way, and the boat's going the other way on me because it just lost everything. So it's a scary moment, but it's good to see that they're okay and hear that they were okay. And if you've seen that video on around Facebook, it's quite a sight to see them there 1 minute and they're gone the next minute, but one shoe kind of lingers in the picture for a second before it kind of floats off too. So
it looks like some of the videos we were watching at Rick's the other night on the live stream up there, or the old freeze frame videos. Those guys were getting ejected.
Oh,
yeah. And everybody's like, "Is that for real?" I said, "Yeah, you don't have a choice. You're going to." Momentum is taking you out.
Yeah, well, Sir Isaac Newton told us that, right? The law of motion.
That's right. All right, Pro Class. Go ahead.
Speaking of freeze frame video, just put it out there. Jeff Girardi asked if I would spread the word that if anyone wants to buy his library, he's interested in selling.
I think he has like 6,000 videos, he said.
Yeah, and
pictures and stills. Yeah,
he's still endeavoring to try to get them all up on his website. So there's some great old stuff up there if you're a fan of the history of this sport.
All right, with a break in the action, we're going to take a local break here on 97.7 Sports Radio. And we could stay on the live stream if you like X Insurance Sports, but we're going to take a quick time out here locally on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio. Todd, Billy, got Eric, and Joey with you here. And we've got Pro Class 1 racing coming up, and as well the Super Vs, and then we'll wrap up the day with the Super Stocks that'll finish the 44th Annual Key West World Championships here in the island city, the southernmost city between the Gulf and the Atlantic. So we'll keep it here on the live stream. And as we head to local break, turned out to be a pretty nice day, but a bit hot, gentlemen.
A little more palatable.
and the Maximus Quick cycle, side-by-side, and ATV tires. No batteries, no disappointment. The only US-made CO2 valve.
My whole life I just wanted to be a rapper. Then I grew up and the boy became a rapper. Man, my older sister made me wear the golden rapper. She said, why die? Cause you know the hoes are trapping. Got my first page that was 1998. Sneaking talking to my girlfriend.
Pat, get up, man. Bottle place closes in 10 minutes. Let's go cash in.
Miami is the envy of all people in the amusement rentals business. I call it the hottest town and the hottest city in the country. In 1995, I bought my first bounce house. 25 years later and over 1,000 inventoried items, here sits All-Star Events. 98% of our business was backyard parties. But we got a couple of inquiries from municipalities, cities. But we also saw that some of the requirements were different than what we were used to in the backyard business, mostly having to do with insurance needs. So we started to say, okay, if we properly insured ourselves, would it pay off in the amount of business we could bring in? And that was a no-brainer. As we insuranced up, we saw more and more people come on, mainly because of our insurance provisions. So that was instrumental to our growth, absolutely, absolutely. Although it's fun and games, that's the nature of our business, it comes down to one thing, our responsibility to keep people safe. We don't take that lightly, from the snow cone attendant to the roller coaster attendant. So I felt like when I found XINSURANCE, I found a partner. And consequently, our claims have gone down considerably. Now we're in a place where we understand risk and we understand challenges. XINSURANCE saved my backside a million times over and puts me here as the #1 player in the hottest city, in the hottest town in the country.
All right, guys, you just came home with the trophy and I think World Championships. How are you feeling about today's Supercat race?
I mean, look, we came here to prove a point like we did last year. You know, a lot of things we weren't happy with how they went this year with how things were handled with rules, but we came here to prove a point. I think we made our point today. We raced hard all weekend. The guys gave us a phenomenal boat. We just really tuned setup all week. Got better and better as the week went on. Britt did a phenomenal job out there. I mean, we were laying down some beautiful turns, and you know, the boat was just really easy to drive.
Britt, you guys looked awesome out there.
Yeah, phenomenal. I mean, Supercat back-to-back world champions. I don't know what else to say. I mean, thank you, RevX. Thank you, Todd Goodwin. Thank you, all the sponsors. It's just been a phenomenal week, and I'm so stoked. Can't wait, man. Thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Woo! Absolutely.
It's not a question of if any accident's ever going to happen if you're doing a lot of mountain guiding, but it's when. The knowledge that we have a really strong partner in our insurance company is essential. I'm helping my clients achieve great things in the mountains, achieve their goals in the mountains, and that's what XINSURANCE does for me. They were there for us when we needed them. They're providing an opportunity for us to go out and guide mountain climbing and backcountry skiing in the beautiful Wasatch Range, and that's something that I wouldn't feel comfortable at all doing without a great insurance company behind us. I know that I can trust them, and I can go forward with confidence.
When you're up there and you're up that high, you know, you're just floating. I don't know what a bird feels like, but I think it should be pretty close to that. We're Miami Beach Ocean Water Sports. We're a parasailing company. We've been here for the last 5 years. We really have a great time here operating. There's a lot of regulation and changes to the industry itself. Your insurance is really your first gateway to information. They're the people that cover you, the people that make sure that you're following the rules and you're protected. XINSURANCE, the guys are great. They help me out. They really call me every year to see any new regulation that I need to be under, if I need any help. So, I mean, the experience that I have with them it's been fantastic. They're always there, and they're always actually reaching out to me. It's a good relationship. I wouldn't even want to try anything else.
Family first. That's just the way I look at it. And the family, my friends and employees are the ones that helped me get to what we are today. We are first responder, emergency roadside, incident, major incidents, recovery incidents with the Highway Patrol, Department of Transportation, and our family and employees goes into a risk every day. There's no way that we can run a towing company without insurance. What I look for an insurance company is a company that can be partners with me and support when the unfortunate happens. Unfortunately, I did have a small incident last year. XINSURANCE got involved. Make sure that I was where I needed to be to go back to work. I didn't have to worry about nothing in my business because my insurance was handling the loss and it was right on top of the money. I can continue to worry about my business, worry about my staff, my family, and let the insurance do what they do best. As long as I stay in business, we will need insurance company.
We started our business from the ground up. We started it with a pickup truck and trailer, and to this day we run almost 40 trucks every day with over 50 employees.
We are a family-run business, meaning the key people that run our company, and we try to take care of their families as well as they take care of ours. Relationships are one of the most important things that we have in our business.
Our relationships with vendors, such as XINSURANCE, has been really proven to help us along the way to continue our growth and continue to succeed in business.
Well, insurance is the most important component to our industry because of the fact that we are so labor intense and equipment heavy. There's a lot of opportunities for things to happen.
As we grew our business, our truck insurance costs kept rising and rising. And what happened to us was we had a series of accidents, some self-inflicted, some of them by just vehicles on the street running into us. And with that combination, we ended up getting dropped by our insurance company. And so we're out there in the market. Nobody would write us except for XINSURANCE. We managed to keep our doors open, and we came up with a heck of a safety program with them.
And as we continue to grow and continue to do all these different safety programs and safety training classes, we've noticed that not just our drivers are safer, but our overall productivity has improved.
We knew that we could do better in our business, and
we finished second on the day today. We were hoping for a victory, but it doesn't always work your way. It was definitely super flat out there, which we expected. Probably could have ran a touch of a bigger prop, but all in all, decent day compared to our first day here when we got T-boned. So,
Chris?
Yes. It was a great race. Super hot. It was really hazy, you know, and it was tough, and the guys were coming up behind us and stuff, so it was a great run. Really good, great run.
Congrats on your finish, guys.
Thank you very much.
you guys made sure.
in Supercat. Lane 4, Pothole Heroes. Carlos De Quesada driver, John Tomlinson on the throttles. Lane 5, GC Racing, Willie Cabeza on the wheel. Grant Bruggeman on the throttles. XINSURANCE North is in lane 6, JJ Turk in the wheel. Nick Buis on the sticks. And lane 7, WHM Motorsports, Billy Moff driving, and Jay Muller on the throttles. In Super V, lane 1, Knucklehead Racing. Ed Smith is the owner driver. Jay Waltman, who had a win today in Speed Marine, is on the throttles. Lane 2, Cortez Cove Fountain. Driver Kirk Brito. Throttles Rob Lockyer. Lane 3, DSK Marine, 39 Outer Limits. Michael Howe on the throttles. Timothy Linden on the wheel. Lane 4, Team Farnsworth, Hancock Claims. Elijah Kingery driving. Anthony Smith throttling. And lane 5, Dart with Throttleman, Bill McComb, and Ed Went on the wheel.
All right.
Now, I had one thought on all this, Joey. Because of who's in it, where's Pothole Hero sitting?
Well, they're all the way at the back of the pack right now with 138 points, sitting tied with actually GC Racing right there. But if you look over the overall point standings, there's only a 6-point gap from where the Pothole Heroes are sitting there in, what would that be, 7th place? So 7th place all the way to 3rd place is a 6-point gap, and that's it. So pretty much it's all a wash, and whoever beats it stays in front of each other will get on that 3rd place spot in the podium there. Right now, leading the way, Monster's got a solid lead with 203 points. DeFalco's second with 184 points. And there's a 40-point drop after that.
Because Potholes had a nice improvement from Wednesday to Friday. And you got a crew chief by the name of Gary Stray. And Johnny and Gary have teamed up to spoil things for other people on the last day of Key West in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them do something again. What do you think, Todd?
Yeah, I mean, you always got to count those guys in, and
not taking anything from the guys who have won the races.
I mean, that's the one thing that kind of stands out here is, I mean, at the top of the grid are some very experienced men, just like John Tomlinson. So it will make it interesting. There's no doubt about it. I mean, think about spoilers in 222 Offshore,
yeah,
Mobile X.
Mobile X, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
We were talking about that. If they can come off and win this one here today, and they get somebody to come in 2nd place with them, they're right there with it. They have they're well in the podium chase right there. Yes, they're sitting 4th right now, but 1st place and then somebody else with them besides Monster, DeFalco, and they're right there moving up the podium quickly, very fast.
So Mobile X followed by Pothole Heroes could create a lot of mayhem.
Oh,
in the
yeah.
points.
Oh, yeah. GC Racing is way down. GC Racing and Pothole Heroes down at the bottom of the standings right there, tied for 6th right now. So they go 1-2, which is very plausible. That jumps everything on its head, because then, you're pushing the rest of the teams down. And in order for them to move all the way to the top, Pothole or GC, they need Monster and DeFalco to have a little more gap there. You need them to finish 4th and 5th respectively, DeFalco and Monster. But outside of that, so you go 1-2 and potentially a Mobile X 3rd, then you got a different world champion than what we thought here coming into today.
I just like to see a good race all the way around. I don't want to see a runaway. You know?
But I mean, I've seen it here a dozen times, if not more. The winning Sunday was the one thing that you could take home with you. So I mean, you win the last race, people remember, they won that race on Sunday. They didn't win the world championship. But
right.
Well, you know that those teams that you just mentioned, Pothole Heroes, the 222 Offshore Mobile X team, GC Racing, they'd love to win first.
We're about to find out. And I think they did away with the green buoys, and they're back to a green flag in the pace boat.
Green flag start right now, pretty warm in the low to mid 80s. There are some showers just off Key West that are moving across and could come onto the course or into the harbor at some point over the next hour or so. So here comes your Pro Class 1 teams. We are ready to have a start. Race number 6 of the
green
44th.
flag.
Yeah, the race is on here at the 44th Annual Key West World Championships. Pro Class 1 racing underway. And with the quickest start, WHM, but then
look at DeFalco.
DeFalco just gets the props churning.
Yep, look at the rooster tail drop.
And heading out towards turn number 1. 10 laps today for Pro Class 1 on the 4.48 mile course off of Key West Harbor. 38 to 47 foot canopy cats with the twin Mercury Racing 1100 comp QC4V quad cam 4-valve turbocharged engines.
Yeah, we'll have to watch and see if any of the weather down at turn 1 comes into play at all.
Right now, we told you the outgoing tide for the next 3 hours. It's looking, just like it's beginning its churn out. See if it creates any type of conditions on the way back into the harbor as Super V's round up behind these Pro Class 1 boats and get moving. Looking at the boats in the middle of the grid here right now.
XINSURANCE South on the inside, GC Racing on the outside. That's Mobile X, and it looks like X North. And here's the Super V's going out of the harbor, and Knucklehead has jumped out to an early lead.
Looking inside the cockpit in the corner there of XINSURANCE North. And here comes our leaders in Pro Class 1 after lap number 1. This is the middle of the grid, passing Fort Zachary Taylor. Our leaders will be coming by the start-finish line here, and it's DeFalco.
Monster
in second.
GC.
Mobile X in fourth.
Whoa, Mobile's right there.
Pothole Heroes, and then XINSURANCE North, WHM. So DeFalco with the lead.
I think the South went ahead there. South was ahead of Potholes. He was just on the very far side over there.
Yeah.
So Potholes is actually 6th. North is 7th. WHM is 8th. But definitely, I saw him on the screen there.
So South was 5th?
South was 5th on the far side of all that spray.
Thank you.
Watching the boats in the 3-pin harbor turn.
And Monster Energy needs to go catch him. That puts DeFalco in the lead for the World Championship by 2 points right now.
Well, they have something to prove that they want to defend what they won last year in DeFalco.
So DeFalco being trailed by Monster Energy.
And GC Racing up to 3rd, and Pothole Heroes is trying to make a run on Mobile X. So that was speed that Pothole Heroes did not have on Wednesday. They got caught in rooster tails. They had an engine full of salt crystals, an engine compartment. But here comes the Super V leaders.
Knuckleheads.
Good gosh.
Hancock second.
7 seconds off.
And the
lead.
Cortez, oh man.
Cortez Cove is already pulling off.
DSK comes through.
Dart is 3rd.
But he's down to 3rd because Cortez pulled off. You're right.
Here's DSK in 4th.
In 4th, pardon me.
And Twisted is a scratch. So let's see if DSK plays the attrition game again.
DSK, a boat that was...
Points-wise, they could already be on the podium because Cortez Cove was ahead of them.
Cortez Cove drops all the way down to there. They
running in second. Boats out on their first of 9 laps here today. We look at DSK and Outer Limits Hall. DeFalco comes through off screen. 2-minute 25-second lap, 115.53 miles an hour. Monster in second.
GC up to 3rd. Mobile X 4th.
Potholes 5th.
Potholes 5th. X South is 6th. 7th is X North. And WHM is in 8th.
All 8 starting boats running on the grid.
And right now, GC South would be on the podium in 3rd place overall, 10 points ahead of Mobile X. And DeFalco is your leader in point standings right now by 2 points ahead of Monster.
Mike Falco driving a great race.
Monster 7 seconds off the leader coming out of the harbor.
And the DSK is, if Cortez, and I don't see them back up. Yeah, they're down, the hatch is open. So that would open the door for DSK to get on the podium for the week in 3rd place.
How about that? A vessel that was recently found in France collecting dust in a barn for 15 years.
Yep.
Yeah.
The first multi-step bottom, and they actually pulled a plug for the 40 off of that boat.
cockpit had to be cut apart and specifically modified and enlarged to fit 6'4" Mike Howe and 6'4" Tim Liddon.
Yeah, they said in their promo video it had to be enlarged for 2 Neanderthals. And that's their wording, not mine.
Yeah,
So.
Howe in the popular how-to videos on YouTube.
Let's see now where...
we look at our
here
leader
comes,
in
Knucklehead.
11 seconds now over the Farnsworth team. You have the team of Ed Smith and Jay Woltman of the 40-foot fountain with Sterling engines. Knuckleheads in the lead.
Dart just came by off camera in third. And here's DeFalco again.
2-minute 25-second lap, 115.76 miles an hour. Monster still
I've got
in
about a
chase.
7-second interval to second place for Class 1.
Continuing to hold there.
I have to actually make a correction there on the standings.
GC in third.
DSK coming
the
by.
Dart being in fourth is holding DSK off the podium.
Okay.
Mobile X running back in fourth.
Pothole fifth. X South sixth. X North seventh.
A lot of racing still left.
Yeah, we're only on 3 of 10.
Our Marine Technologies Hall.
And you can see the haze really building now too in this humidity.
The XINSURANCE South team had a rudder fall off on Wednesday.
Yep.
Broke the studs of 180,000 tensile strength. Dropped it into the water off of Key West.
I talked to Bill Byburn after their win on Friday, and I said, "Do you think about the rudder?" I was like, "Nah, I don't worry about rudders. I'm on the throttles."
Watching our boats leaving Key West Harbor. A flat course here in Key West.
I mean, I can't imagine that Britt Lilly didn't maybe have a little in the back of his mind, for the first lap or two. But you also have to count on your team making the repair and doing it right. And
still not much action moving out of the harbor with the tide at this point causing any type of condition that gets the boats moving action out of the water. Knuckleheads back through.
that's 3 of 5 for them. They're only running 5 in Super V.
Win for them can secure the world championship. Back to our leader, DeFalco. 2.5-minute lap, 111.96 miles an hour.
Monster cut into that interval by a couple of seconds, so that might be the traffic with dealing with the Super Vs.
As we watch Knuckleheads, Woltman and Smith come through in the harbor turn. GC Racing continues to hold third and 222 fourth. There's your third place Super V, the Dart team. Ed Went, Bill McComb. 39-foot skater, Dart engines. Watch Mobile X, Darren Nicholson, Giovanni Carpatella in the turn.
I actually think it's a good move for the Pro Class 1 finish to have the Super Vs done after 5 laps, because then they'll still have 3 or so laps where the course is theirs. So Pro Class 1 won't be decided by anything like traffic or wash or anything like that.
No Overhead and in the cockpit of X Insurance South. Britt Lilly on the wheel, Bill Pyburn on the throttles after their Supercat World Championship earlier today. 47-foot victory with the 1100 turbocharged Mercury Racing engines. TJ Rand and Bobby Adams, a big team, helped work on this boat.
Boxo is one of their sponsors. They are a tool company that you see on the stern of the boat there.
Sean and Neil working on technology along with Anthony. An amazing team with great results this year at the end of the race season. Chicago, Michigan City, and X Insurance South.
Well, here's X Insurance North. J.J. Turk, Nick Buis. 2 years ago, J.J. Turk was driving an open cockpit Phantom.
DeFalco
There's
through.
DeFalco.
2 minutes, 24 seconds. They kicked it up again, about a 116 mile an hour lap.
Yeah, I missed the interval on that one, but it's opened up. Flag lap for Knucklehead.
2-point lead for DeFalco in the World Championship chase over Monster. And GC is sitting third on the podium right now.
Mobile X fourth. Pothole Heroes is trying to get a charge at him. Team Farnsworth holding second in B.
Not making the power that they were on Wednesday.
Nope. But everyone's still running, knock on wood.
Well, Cortez Cove has pulled off one
yeah.
boat, but
Yeah,
you know
yeah.
what? They're still in podium position right now as I went back and looked at it again. Dart being ahead of DSK keeps Cortez Cove on the podium in third place overall. So Cortez Cove sitting in there, the biggest fans of Dart right now, saying, come on, hold on right now for us.
There's X Insurance South going around Farnsworth Claims.
And there they are, they're holding third.
Bill McComb, longtime veteran. He's been doing this a while. But here's X Insurance North trying to make a run on X Insurance South coming out of the harbor. I guess no team rules here. X Insurance North is making a pull.
Turn 2, WHM is down in turn 2. So as they come towards Fort Zach down there will be a
They're
caution.
probably just flying a yellow flag.
Yeah.
And here we have the two in-cockpit videos of the two boats that are running side by side right now. The Falco still leading.
2 minute 25 second lap, 116.14 miles an hour, and right on point all race long.
Wow.
13-second lead there.
Yeah,
so
13, 14 seconds. Yeah. You said 116, Todd?
Yes, sir.
And DeFalco holding it by 2-point difference right now in the overall standings.
Oh, Dart is slowing. Coming out of the...
That's good news for DSK, bad news for Cortez.
DSK, who just came into the harbor, could get around them.
It's one lap to go, too.
And there went
that should be
Knuckleheads.
Knucklehead for the checkered flag.
Knuckleheads just took the checkered flag.
That should be Knucklehead for the checkered flag and the World Championship in the Super V.
Ed Smith and Jay Woltman with a big day today. Sterling Engines win again in Key
And
West.
the South got
X-South.
North got around South.
Yep, X-North got around South. All right, let's see what's going to happen here with the Super V. And then we'll have 2 laps no, more than 2 laps to go for the Pro Class 1 championship. Farnsworth Worth, second place.
Second place overall in the the World Championship standing as well for
just
Farnsworth.
off the screen as we're looking at X Insurance South going through Key West Harbor Turn. Another great day of racing. 98 boats to Key West for the World Championship, record number over the last 20 plus years. We look at DSK, who, if they get around Dart, could find themselves on the podium here in Key West. The DSK team, the 39 Outer Limits, Timothy Linden, Mike Howe, with Sterling engines as well. I think they're building a new boat for next year. The Kraken.
Cortez is sitting at 311 points right now, DSK 307, but could get to 324 if they can get around Dart.
Yeah.
Here's DeFalco.
So DeFalco. Seconds, but it's a luxury cat that they're building. The Kraken 55 Super Coupe. Monster still in chase.
Closed it just a bit there.
So 3 laps left for the Pro Class 1 teams.
Yep.
Overhead, the X Insurance Helicam, X Insurance North. What a year. JJ Turk and Nick Buis came on. There's GC Racing just moving off screen. They're running in third. Mobile X.
Waiting for either the DSK or the Dart to come around to figure out who's the last person, last team on that podium for the Super V.
X Insurance North, again with a nice season, a former World Championship boat for Abu Dhabi. With a couple of guys moved their way up through the ranks through the last few years. Nick Buis, who had
and there's Dart limping its way through, which was Cortez gets on the podium because Dart was able to limp its way through. Cortez that went out early still finds their way third place in the Super V.
So second is Farnsworth and Super
Farnsworth
V.
second overall on the podium chase. Your world champions of Team Knucklehead, but DSK just did not, just less than 15 seconds back from catching them and getting onto the podium. Instead, Cortez Cove, who had a great week on Wednesday and Friday, tough day today, is on the podium, third place from the Super V.
Yeah, that happened off the lights. You can see some showers, as we mentioned. They were moving just to the south of Key West, moving to the east, just off of the course. Hopefully they don't make it onto the course, but that just happened off the live stream as Dart limped across the line, maybe 50 yards in front of DSK, which prevented them from getting onto the podium. But a nice showing for the Outer Limits. Again, 2 minutes, 24 seconds. They've got it dialed in. Billy Moore and Mike Falco in Key West, 116-mile-an-hour laps, here to defend their RWO World Championship.
2 laps to go.
Monster Energy just coming off the screen through in second. X Insurance South, nice rookie campaign for them in Pro Class 1 this year.
Yep.
An old Spirit of Qatar boat bought from the Sheikh and Steve Curtis. Made a new tunnel tab for it in the time between Clearwater and Key West. GC Racing through in third. 222 Australia Mobile X in fourth. Pothole Heroes, they did have a nice day today.
Yep.
Tomlinson and Carlos de Quesada.
Boat looks more competitive.
Of Allegra Motorsports.
If Pothole Heroes can make the move these last 2 laps, they can still get on the podium. It's not over for them.
X Insurance North in fourth.
But they got to make the move all the way up to third to get on there.
So only Pro Class 1 boats out on the course right now.
I think it was a good call to cut the Super Vs down to 5 and let the Pro Class 1s decide it among themselves. Didn't have to worry about traffic in the harbor or anything like that.
GC Racing on the left, Mobile X 222 on the right. Now focusing in on number 11, X Insurance North through the turn. 2 laps to go. DeFalco, Monster Energy, GC Racing at the top of the grid. Monster 23 seconds behind, according to official scoring. GC Racing almost a minute back of DeFalco, who have not had a hiccup here today.
And because of the weather that's sitting out there, they're going to be pushing the super stocks out right after this race is over, the last 2 laps, and they're going to be pushing right on to try to beat this weather.
So DeFalco coming back in. We're right on schedule.
White flag lap.
Fastest lap of the day, 117.44 for DeFalco.
Leave nothing to chance.
We look at X Insurance South, out on lap number 9 still.
Yep. Not where they were hoping to be with one to go.
And Monster Energy coming through. They're well off the pace now. 29 seconds behind DeFalco.
But comfortably on the podium, the second spot.
Second spot, yeah, comfortably on the second spot.
The most, very much consistent this week.
If GC Racing holds its position, that's a first-year Class 1 program, getting on a podium in the World Championships.
Correct, and that's it.
So back at
Mobile sitting on him.
Chasing GC, Mobile X.
And Potholes could, like I said, Potholes could easily move into that 3rd place spot and get past the 2 if he could. He's on the, so one of those 3 boats, whoever finishes at the first, ahead of that chase for 3rd, will get that final spot. They're that close in points right now.
Well, X Insurance North continues to hold on to 4th spot. We look overhead from the X Insurance Helicam.
X Insurance North is 6th and South is 7th.
Well, our leaders out for their final lap, and we're going to find out who the world champion is here in the next minute and a half. But if DeFalco holds on, it's a vindication for their world championship last year, which Mobile X 222 Offshore led every lap except the last one.
Yeah, and then their escape hatch blew out.
Yeah, but who was in their hip pocket always?
DeFalco.
DeFalco, Billy Moore and Mike Falco. And they wanted to come to Key West and show their speed, and they've done that here today.
Yeah, this has been a convincing one for sure.
Here comes your winner today in Pro Class 1, Mike Falco, Billy Moore. They should be coming across right at the moment, and there they are.
Champs.
Let it up a little bit to about 6 seconds longer on that lap, but your winner is DeFalco here today.
Overall world champs as well, by 2 points over the Monster MCon.
What a great week for Tyler Miller and Myra Coyle, a first and 2 seconds. But the double points of the final race day gives the championship to DeFalco.
And Tyler is always gracious. On Friday, he said, I had a second place boat today. And that's what.
So Monster Energy takes second. They were the overall world champion last year.
And here comes this battle for 3rd.
Spent a weekend getting their ribbons and trophies in Monaco. Here comes GC Racing. They'll take 3rd. And 222 Offshore, Mobile X. 2 years ago, the RWO Class 1 world champion. And they finished 4th today. And we can't thank Darren Nicholson and Giovanni Carpatella enough for coming.
X Insurance wins the battle of the insurance boats. But Tyler Miller has a new boat on the way.
So with GC finishing in 3rd, what's that do for the podium?
They're on the podium. Yeah, they got 3rd place on the podium.
So the 3-day point championship unofficial winners, DeFalco, Monster Energy, GC Racing, onto the podium at tonight's Coffee Butler Amphitheater, and that's the way they finished today.
Yeah, I mean, you coming into the day, there was a 9-point gap between, like I said, from 2nd to 7th. So really, whoever battled each other out here today was going to get into that 3rd spot on the podium, and sure enough, that's what we saw in the end. Great racing, though. Pothole Heroes kept it close all the way through it, and they could have made a move around that Troop 222 or that GC. They would have been on the podium themselves. Instead, it's GC that holds that spot. Great race for them, and congratulations for a 3rd place World Championship finish.
Yeah, DeFalco with the fastest lap of the day at 117.11. I mean, that means that at the highest points of the course, they were touching at least 140 miles an hour.
And you look at the, in most of the classes, even down to the brackets, the winners weren't surprises.
No, you're right.
Dirt legal, rum runners, and then up, factory stock even. Pro Class 1, Supercat.
I mean, the boat floaters finished back deep, but they even held their way to a World Championship despite a 4th place finish today. So you're right. The ones that were the teams that are the veteran squads came out here this year.
But even the individual winners, Speed Marine, did so in convincing fashion.
Yeah, they were in a great spot today, and they got themselves on the podium because of that.
So just think about as more of these newer hulls get built in all these classes, the level of competition is just going to continue to evolve.
Yes. This sunny afternoon, getting a little bit of shade as we see some super stock boats coming out.
Yeah, they're getting them right out.
Don't forget the awards tonight at the Coffee Butler Amphitheater, 6 to 8 o'clock. We'll be giving away the Conch Republic Championship trophies at first, so everybody that wins a podium today or today's race only will be announced first, and then we'll give the 3-day championships.
I mean, the fact that they're getting the super stocks out here at 240.
Well, again, this weather, they're worried about the weather right now, and what that's doing sitting there kind of off the southwest coast there that you've been looking at all day. And it's kind of swarming if you look behind us back towards the east. There's kind of swarming behind us that way too. So yeah, they want to get this one out.
Yep. Got 7 laps to run. And then that'll wrap the weekend.
Yeah, looking at radar, and those storms are just to the southeast of Key West, and they're not super large, but they could creep across the course at any time.
Yeah, and then if nothing else, you're dealing with visibility issues for these guys. In these enclosed cockpits, they do not have windshield wipers. They Rain-X them, but you're pretty much at the mercy of how quickly it clears your windshield when you're running at 100 and whatever miles an hour in these boats.
Right now, winds are out of the south, but they're just at a trickle under 5 miles an hour. Again, the tide is moving out for the next 2 hours. So, I mean, it really means that it's going to speed up. That's another reason why to get this race going.
Yep.
As the last half hour of tide is going to rip pretty good, because it's going out in just a 4-hour span. So, as you saw earlier, Knucklehead's winning in Super V, DeFalco today in Pro Class 1.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to Ed Smith, the guy who is basically, how many years has he single-handedly kept that class in our minds just by running at races by himself?
Mm-hmm. 100%.
And then when Farnsworth bought the fountain from the estate of Bill Mazzoni, paid tribute by keeping the color scheme, but that brought another boat in. And then, Cortez Cove, Rob and Kirk have been working on that boat for, 2 years? And they've had their mechanical gremlins, and then this year they started having some good finishes and almost beat Knuckleheads the other day at the end of the race. So they're going to show some promise for next year. And this class, I'm really hoping for a resurgence.
And kudos to the DSK team for coming out. And I know that Mike Cowell's been a big fan of Key West and done a bunch of videos around the poker run. They have 1.3 million subscribers on their YouTube channel.
He set a record from Maine to Miami in his MTI Cat, running through the night. And he's on the video just saying, oh, when's the sun coming up? When's the sun coming up? And
Yeah.
because he's trying to run, you know, a record, so he's trying to run fast, but that takes some brass ones doing that in the dark.
Yeah, what a fascinating story, too, about finding that in a barn
Yeah.
where it had been for over 15 years in France. So
I can't imagine the logistics of getting it through customs just to get it back over here.
yeah, well, maybe learn something from Manatee Marine, because they're always getting
Yes,
boats
they
over
are.
from Dubai. Yeah, no doubt. There you see Ray Marine, your leader in the point standings in super stock.
Yep.
The final boats out on the grid, they started with 14 boats down to 12 after 2 accidents this year, and we want to give our best wishes out to Drink Gilo, Dale McEachern from Morrow Station, Canada, and his partner from Southwest Florida, Austin Blocker, who had an accident earlier this week, had to retire. I know they were real excited about running here in Key West, as well as the Michael Eyes team with Pete Rivero that went over in Key West Harbor with Ricardo Maldonado, and that we appreciate you both coming to Key West and being part of the Super Stock Series, who have their own swag here in Key West. Coco's Monkey still probably has a few of those left, some cool hats. You can wear some cool swag from Coco's Monkey Island Apparel, who's out here in the Truman Mole Vendor Village, which is presented by Mount Sinai Medical Center. Super Stock Racing coming up, the 32-foot canopy catamarans, the lightest class boats with the twin 300R Mercury racing engines. A final look you'll have at the 20-inch midsections before the Offshore Series races next year with Mercury.
Lane 8, Team Allen Lawn Care. Randy Keys, driver Billy Allen on the throttles. Lane 9, Digging Deep. Billy Moore jumping out of the DeFalco boat, jumping into the Digging Deep boat to throttle with Andy Miller, who's driving. Lane 10, Chris Hopgood, Jay Muller, Celsius. Lane 11, Say Less, Chad Rudsill, Rusty Williams. And lane 12, XINSURANCE Moxie Racing with the driver David Whalen and the throttles Greg Reichman. So it's going to be a busy one.
These are the lightest national class boats, catamarans. They weigh about 4,300 pounds. They add about 400, 500 pounds of weight, depending on how much they've got in terms of cockpit with the guys in the cockpit. They have to weigh 4,900 pounds coming out of the water. Tunnels are 63 inches. They've gone to the 300R engines, which has been a tremendous success. 300Rs with linear power through the RPM bands. They've got a bigger gear case and larger plus to the super stock teams. And going
they're getting them going right now.
Yeah,
didn't mean to interrupt.
No, and going to a 15-inch midsection next year is going to make them even more nimble, I would imagine, Eric.
Oh yeah, you get that center of gravity on the stern down 5 inches. That's going to make a world of difference in the handling.
Yeah, and the open exhaust, they say they're going to sound real loud. That's the one thing, they kind of buzz right now, but that's going to change next year when you get 15 of them out on the grid. And they're up and ready to get racing. Final race of the day. These are super stock race teams to determine the 44th annual Race World Offshore World Championship.
I'm watching the pace boat off the screen so we can see when the green goes up. Green right now.
The race is on in super stock.
And there goes Ray Marine.
Ray Marine in the number 1 slot. They're your favorite to win the World Championship. Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou. Looking at Coco's Monkey with AJ and Pete Bogino, that boat with the Porte running surface.
GL Construction Lane 3.
Yeah, and there
32 Doug Wright, and there goes Sean Torrente in the STR, Team Nautical Ventures.
Team Nautical Ventures, Coco's Monkey, GL Construction, enough said. They're all in the hunt to get on the podium along with Ray Marine here.
And it would be not enough said was the one that Michael Eyes hit before it went over.
So
they had to make some repairs.
They changed that camera angle. Of course, they'll split the grid up into 6, I believe, 6 and 7.
Yeah, they have 6 and 6.
6 and 6.
They have a commitment buoy, basically. 6 have to pass on the left side of it. 6, there it is right there, the yellow buoy. The boats on the outside of that have to stay on the outside of it through the first turn.
You can see that shower that's just there off the course.
Yep.
And they're hoping to get this race on before that moves into the area. So Ray Marine, you can see them leading on the left of the screen. We've got 7 laps on this 4.48 mile course to determine the world champion here in Key West in 2025. 32-foot victory hole, Ray Marine. Looks like they got one challenger close.
Probably, if I had to guess, Nautical Ventures.
Team Nautical
Because
Ventures.
they were the ones moving up.
Team Nautical Ventures finished first on Wednesday, second on Friday, but then had missed a buoy, so they fell back.
Right.
Otherwise, this would be a battle between 2 boats for the World Championship.
Yeah, because right now, if Coco's Monkey can get in the mix to get on the podium.
Well, they're sitting second right now, but
Right.
yeah, they need Ray Marine can finish, like I said, 3rd, 4th. If they finish 3rd or better, Ray Marine, no matter what, is your world champion.
Here comes Ray Marine, end of lap number 1. There they are, and Team Nautical Ventures
second.
Coco's Monkey in 3rd. Enough said. Lewis Martins and Nick Impression
Team
4th.
McKinney 5th.
Team McKinney, Wozencraft
6th.
Allen, Lawn Care, and GL Construction, followed by Celsius and Say Less. Then it's the XINSURANCE Moxie Racing Team. So Coco's Monkey in 3rd. They finished on the world podium in the top 3 the last 2 years, looking to make it 3 in a row.
I talked to AJ about that, and I said, what is it about Key West? He said, I like a more technical course. So that's a driver talking right there.
You know, and talking to the drivers, it's like...
I think Torrente got around Ray Marine in the harbor. He did. Torrente is coming up on the outside, coming out of the Key West Harbor, and so did Coco's. Look, Ray Marine
is
slowed?
not on pace at all.
Yeah,
Doesn't
they're
seem
off
like at
pace
all.
because Nuff Said's going around them too.
Right. And that opens the door right there. 14 teams, or 12 teams, that opens the door majorly right there.
So Ray Marine has given away 3, and now 4 or potentially 5 boats can go around them.
Wozencraft is going by, so I can't tell who that is. Is that Say Less outside of Wozencraft? I see the red canopy.
I mean, everybody's going by right now. Ray
GL
Marine's
Construction.
They're just a spectator right now is all they are.
Yep.
Watching
Well,
everybody just go right on by.
That's not how you want it decided, though. I know it's part of it, but...
So Ray Marine's falling back, and that changes things up quite a bit.
Yep. We'll have to see how it's shaken out.
And especially,
Well, I mean, that opens the door for everybody to have a shot at the World Championship right now and see who gets it ahead of here.
so Team Nautical Ventures surely is trying to make their way to the front and stay there. That missed buoy on Friday could loom large for them.
You know what? Looking at point-wise, if they can get a hold of the lead right now, and there's nobody else that can touch them besides Ray Marine. If Ray Marine falls back to 7th place here, 6th place, 5th place even, which it seems they are, Nautical Ventures is in the lead to get the World Championship here.
What about Coco's being in second?
Coco's would be 3 points back. It'd be 361 to 364.
Coco's Monkey in chase of Team Nautical Ventures right now, who's your new leader.
But imagine if Cocos gets around Nautical and wins in Key West.
Yeah, Raymarine had the lead at the end of lap number 1, which is a 3/4 lap, but the Raymarine lost power in the harbor turn and is falling back. Looks like don't see them yet in the top 5. Wozencraft battling with Team Demon McKinney for a 3rd or 4th place spot. GL Construction's also up there, part of.
Yeah, Enough Said is up there too.
Yeah,
so.
I think they're in front of Wozencraft. So this is for 5th and 6th, and we're watching
Torrente, Nautical Ventures first. Coco's second. Enough Said third.
Yeah.
Go Nick.
Team
Wozencraft fourth. Demon fifth.
GL 6.
GL sixth.
Digging Deep 7. Allen 8.
8. Allen 7th. 8th.
Team Nautical Ventures with the lead.
Celsius 9th.
Coco's Monkey trailing. Enough Said running in 3rd.
Moxie 11th.
Have not
And
seen.
Ray Marine is just completely, wow, what a disappointment there for them.
Have not seen them come back through the harbor. We
Nope.
see Team Demon Bikini. I believe GL Construction is still up in there, or is that?
That's digging deep there.
Digging Deep was sitting about 7th when we had him coming through.
It might. I mean,
There's GL Construction behind Team Demon Bikini.
as good
There's
as
Ray Marine there, still
Yep.
working his way through right now.
as good as Billy Moore
No,
is,
they're
it
going-
must take a little to get out of a Class
they're
1
going
boat.
in.
Ray Marine is
Wow.
going to the Cranes into a fantastic season for Cole Leibel and Gary Ballou.
That opens the door for everybody right now.
And
I
here's
mean,
GL Construction trying to go past Demon Bikini on the inside.
Team Bermuda's GL Construction battling Team Demon McKinney, Leanna Shadlow, and Chad Havens.
This is great footage for wherever this is coming from.
Of X-Insurance Helicam, David Sully and Stephen Bridges.
Yep.
And GL Construction nose ahead heading out to turn number 1.
they had technical issues on the Ray Marine that took him down.
As you can see, we have a squall out there that's developed. Hopefully it's staying just off the race course. We watch this battle between 2 Doug Wright hulls.
Yep, Demon Bikini has slowly but surely gotten better through the season. Same with GL. They've had a good year. Upper half of the pack for most of the races that they've competed in. And they're trying to chase down their countrymen there, and Enough Said.
Team Bermuda looking strong for a possible podium finish here in Key West over the 3 days.
Yeah, the Enough Said would be on the podium right now in 3rd place. Coco's Monkey sitting 2nd still with the overall point standing, and Nautical Ventures by 3 points ahead of Coco's Monkey right now.
Here come your leaders back into the harbor, end of lap number 3 of 7. Super Stock World Championships here in Key West. Team Nautical Ventures turns that lap 91.91 miles an hour, 3 minute and 3 second turn. Coco's Monkey in 2nd, Enough Said in 3rd.
That's how they would finish on the podium right now. Is
Wozencraft 4th. GL 5th.
GL making. Demons down to 6th. They made a move there.
Digging Deep 7th.
Allen right behind them.
Allen is 8th.
So Enough Said, Nick and Pressure jumping into that boat with Lewis Martins. We watch the STR 32 from Sean Torrente Racing.
Matt Jaminski putting that thing through the turn with Torrente throttling. Now let's see if AJ Bogino can try to make up some time on. But I don't think so. That's stretched out pretty good.
We watch Say Less and X-Insurance Moxie Racing cruise through. Again, fantastic X-Insurance sports shot from the harbor turn. Watch Irish Kevins go over early there today in Mod V.
Thing is Enough Said making a move on Coco's.
Yeah, would
So-
change that standings right there. They're within 3 points and coming in today in the point standings. So they're
Moxie.
pretty much whoever finishes ahead of each other finishes ahead of the overall standings.
Moxie on the inside of
Say less.
At the digging deep, taking out. There's your Nautical Ventures. You're in control.
Sean Torrente has worked so hard on this boat. and
Yep.
They have got that thing running with speed and turning. Turning was really the big issue with it.
Yeah, they
And
said it was fast from day one.
That's
but
right.
Getting it around the course was another story. So he's kind of put a little bit of everything that he's worked with into that bottom to make it turn.
redemption. And they remember they worked so hard on that 31 MTI boat and split it in half. And
Yep.
but they were so confident that this is where the future was for Sean Torrente Racing. They raced that boat to put the other to the side, brought it here to Key West, and been developing it since. And it has come forward Herculean leaps in super stock racing, and now a dominant boat to be contended with moving into the future, and may win the world championship if they can hold on here today.
Yeah, I talked to him in the week leading up to coming down here. He said it's the first time in 3 years I felt good about the boat coming in. But there could, if he wins this world championship, his phone's probably going to ring for someone else to build him one.
And here they come through again. Team Nautical Ventures, Torrente Jamensky will get a split on second and third because he's in command. 3 minute, 2 second lap, 92.24 miles an hour. Average speed. Second and third, Coco's Monkey, and enough said seems to be challenging for them.
Yep.
Might make a move on them in the turn here. See how Coco's Monkey defends.
Yeah, if we could stay on this going into the turn or catch him coming out the other side.
And we're watching Wozencraft and GL Construction come through in fourth and fifth.
Digging deep up to sixth.
Yep. Team McKee to seventh. Team Allen eighth.
All right, let's see here. This is enough set on the outside. Coco's on the inside.
Coco's was able to maintain their line. Boat turns very well with that Porte running surface. We will go overhead with the XINSURANCE Helicam.
And we've said so often, AJ is a heck of a dirt car driver. And it comes through when he's driving an offshore boat as well. And we're watching them off camera. Here they are on camera coming out of the turn.
This is where Enough Said is trying to make some speed.
Going out to turn one.
Coco's Monkey responds. And
up there goes.
Looks like Enough Said's going to go by them here.
Yeah.
They're not giving way yet.
Coco's still got the inside there, so we'll see if he can hold them.
So battle for second right now between Coco's Monkey and the Enough Said Team Bermuda team.
For the daily and the world.
All right, Debbie Impression, Nick's mom, take some deep breaths. We still got a few laps to go.
2 more laps after the conclusion of lap number 5. Team Nautical Ventures in command.
Looks like Nuff Said has moved around him and is pulling away. Here's the Moxie XINSURANCE. Greg Reichman, Lake Havasu City. David Whalen, I believe, out of Texas.
So all these boats look like they're ready for the podium. They just they're staying stuck to the water. The tide not really moving yet. So they've got the course settled. They'll watch for any change in the water there as they come back into the harbor in front of Fort Zachary Taylor. But
yeah, well,
the
we
boats
were
are
watching.
just,
While we were watching this, Torrente is still out front.
Oh yeah, yeah. Does look like Nuff Said has moved into second.
And now they'll take the tighter line around the course.
And Torrente turns the lap 3 minutes, 3 seconds. Again, 92 miles an hour. That's the fastest lap. Enough Said has taken over second. Coco's Monkey to third.
9-second interval between first and second.
Coco's still on the podium, despite that pass by Enough Said. Next closest team would be the other Team Bermuda squad, the GL.
We watch.
Which is sitting fifth right there in the rooster tail.
Jaminski make the turn with Torrente on throttles. Entry exit speed.
Okay, Team Allen just moved up 2 spots. They're in 6th. 7th is Digging Deep. 8th is Demon Bikini. Maybe Billy Moore just needed a lap or two to realize he was in a boat half the size. Getting out of a Pro Class 1 boat and getting in a super stock.
Looking at your number 2 boat in the middle of the screen.
Enough Said.
Yep. From Team Bermuda. They went over in Daytona earlier this year. Brought Nick Impression into the cockpit for the World Championship of Sean Torrente Racing.
And that's
not only and Sean said not an employee and a partner.
Yep. Colleague.
A colleague and partner.
And that boat is now managed at Grant Signature Racing. Both Team Bermuda boats are. So that's where they went over and tested and probably consulted with Grant. And
out on their penultimate lap of the day, which will wrap up the 44th annual Key West World Championships. As we look at GL Construction of Team Bermuda battling Wozencraft.
Yeah, trying to make a move there.
Flying that nose is Bridges and Sully. Trying to catch some speed. Very tough to get around Julia Maldonado of Manatee Marine. Jeremy Sheeta with a great rookie season there in that victory. Battling the Doug Wright.
Yeah, the GL Construction boat had a good run in Michigan City. I remember that.
Talked to Stephen Bridges, and they're really going to put a lot of work into the team next year. They're really looking to build on it, and their teammate Enough Said is about real close to having a great day for Team Bermuda here.
Yeah, I'm not sure who this is that we're looking at in the haze.
Somebody's creeping on the outside there. I can't really tell. You're right.
Well, that's Enough Said and Coco's. There's your lead boat.
Yep.
Team Nautical Ventures, Jean Torrente's STR 32 with his driver Matt Jaminski. 1 lap left to go. Continue to hold a 92-mile-an-hour speed, 3 minutes, 3 seconds. Enough Said, 5 seconds behind.
Looking good despite taking that knock the other day.
And Coco's Monkey in third, looking to have their 3rd consecutive podium finish here at the Key West Worlds. The boat just finished as well. Wozencraft running in 4th as we watch the Nautical Ventures team turn for the final time in Key West Harbor.
Allen up to 5th there.
Yep, Billy Allen's on the move. Digging Deep, 7th. Demon 8th.
Great turnaround year for Leanna Shadlow and Chad Havens. There's Celsius, Jay Muller, Chris Hopgood. Wozencraft turning in the harbor. Again, nice rookie season for the Sheeta Racing team. Welcome Digging Deep to Offshore Racing this season. Digging Deep with Andy Miller of upstate New York and the 32 Doug Wright.
The boat has been maintained out of Billy Moore's shop all year. Moore's Performance Powerboats in Grantsville, North Carolina.
Well, the story of the day is Ray Marine came out hot in the early lead, but at the first turn in the harbor, something went awry. We heard it was a technical issue, and they had to retire. And the favorite to win the World Championship will have to work hard again next year, and they have a new 32-foot victory hull that Cole Label and Gary Ballou will campaign, and they'll have to look to win in 2026 here.
That will be rigged at Cole's shop up in Toronto. Big East Performance Marine.
Unfortunately, that's part of racing, and Gary Ballou will be the first person to greet the winner of this World Championship when they get to the dock. We're going to find out who that is here.
Shouldn't be long.
In the next 30 seconds. And whoever your World Championship winner is right there. Little bounce, maybe a little bit more of that incoming tide, but it's at the end of the race.
Yep.
And your winner here today is going to be Team Nautical Ventures and will be your 2025 Key West World Champions, Sean Torrente, Matt Jaminski in the 32-foot STR hull. World champions here today, Team Nautical Ventures.
Enough said, second place.
And second place in the world, enough said. Great run there.
Louis Martins and Nick Imprescia taking second from Team Bermuda.
Who says he can't get penalized and still win a world championship?
And these guys,
Coco's in third.
They finished third. Love them. AJ and Pete Bogino back to the podium for the third straight year in the 32 Doug Wright with the Porte running surface.
When did Enough Said get penalized?
On Friday.
They got hit.
Well, they got knocked off a buoy and they got knocked back. Not Enough Said. No, I'm talking about Team Nautical Ventures.
Oh,
they got penalized the other day.
Okay,
yeah. Allen comes in sixth. Sorry, Allen comes in fifth. Bermuda GL sixth. Seventh is your Diggin' Deep. Eighth is Demon Bikini. Yeah, that opened the thing up. You know, you looked at it coming in. You know, Nautical was second, but then they missed that, and they opened the door for Ray Marine to really win this one. It was wide open for them, and in the long run, they get it anyways.
We look at X Insurance Moxie Racing. Welcome to Offshore Racing out of Lake Havasu. So Team Nautical Ventures takes first, second place, Enough Said Team Bermuda. Third place goes to Coco's Monkey. Fourth, Wozencraft out of Manatee Marine Unlimited. Fifth place, Team Allen Lawn Care Landscaping. And Team Bermuda GL Construction for your top six.
I'm going to throw it out there. The highest point scorer of the week of any class, of all the classes, Dirty Money Racing. They collected more points than anybody else of any class. The class was big enough to get it out there. 418 points total for them this week. So great week of running for them.
Well, I think they're the only ones who won all 3 days.
No, there's some other ones.
No,
like some of the brackets, Rum Runners won all three. But there again, the classes weren't as big as much, you know, so you get the extra points per class boat you beat. Thus, they collected all those extra ones having such a big class and have the most points of the week.
So Team Nautical Ventures with the World Championship here today. Ray Marine bows out early with a electrical or technical problem. And Team Nautical Ventures with a big win and impressive finish for Enough Said there in center of the screen out of Team Bermuda. Louis Martins teaming up with Nick Imprescia, also of STR Powerboats, which Sean Torrente founded and is in Southwest Florida. Coco's Monkey there finishing third, and again on the podium here for the Key West World's third straight year. Team Nautical Ventures.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, this class here, on Friday, Nautical Ventures missed a buoy and was penalized, and Enough Said was, got bounced into, and you come in today going, wow, after the penalty, Nautical Ventures is way down in the standings. Enough Said has a little bit of, damage on their side of their boat, so you're thinking, wow, it's going to be a tough run for both of them to come up and try to finish into the top 1-2. If you had told me at the beginning of the day that that's going to be your 1-2 finishers, I don't know if I would have believed it all the way. So great job for those two guys battling the attrition side of it all and coming out on the other side as your first and second place finishers in the World Championship run.
We're going to keep things live and local here on 97.7 Sports Radio. Still have a lot to do, but we want to thank our X Insurance sports team who will be concluding their coverage here. And special thanks to all of the folks working here on the ground. including Eric Everly and JJ up in our, on our sky camera here next to us, as well as Cameron Turk and Neil Mellis, who worked on the X Insurance Telecam with Rick Lindsay. Special thanks to all of the team out in the broadcast studios out west in Utah with Parker and Jonathan leading that team. Great work once again by X Insurance Sports. You can find these shows, including this one, on their YouTube channel, and they're always putting together amazing media, cool stuff for offshore racing. We absolutely appreciate them being part of the live stream here in Key West. And we'll continue on 97.7 Sports Radio. For those of you who listen locally, you can also listen at iHeart or at thezone977.com. But we're going to sign up for coverage from the live streams of the Key West World Championships presented by Race World Offshore. More coverage coming your way here on the Zone 97.7 Sports Radio in a moment from the Porte Products Broadcast Center. Porte Products making the hydraulic lift bracket that sets the standard in the industry. Porte Products. Let us design one for you at PorteProducts.com.
And welcome back, everybody, here to the Porte Performance Broadcast Center. Porte, we build performance into everything. Go to
Yeah, we're good.
Second. Fourth. Yeah, first, second. You get beat by a fourth, first. Yep.
All right, guys. Pro Class Run race just finished up. How'd you guys finish?
Yeah, we finished second overall behind Tobacco. Hats off to those guys, you know. We just didn't have it for them today. The boat ran flawless. Setup was exactly what we wanted it to be. Just wasn't quite enough. I think total points wise, we ended up missing it by 2.
391 to 389, I think is kind of the number. But leaps and bounds for this team, you know. Struggled all year long coming into Clearwater. Boat got better and better, and then obviously finish first on Wednesday, second on Friday, second today. Man, that's a solid effort. So back again next year and try again this Monster Energy 06 boat.
Myron, what are your thoughts?
Well, you know, a little disappointed, but it's probably from my lack of math skills that did that. Got me a little jacked up. But anyway, yeah, DeFalco, that was the boat to beat this weekend, and we went into a lot of corners behind him. But yeah, first, second. If you'd have told me that early in the week, I'd have probably said, yeah, I'll take that. But anyway.
Second in the world's pretty amazing, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Feels great. This is the best event in the world. Can't get better than Key West. RWO does a great job every year. It just feels good to be here with the fleet and win.
World champion, right?
World champion, 2025.
Congratulations.
Falco Racing. Thank you. Can't do it without Billy Moore.
You guys made it look easy.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Crew is good. Throttle man's good. We're happy to be here. Thank you.
All right, give me the rundown.
Dirt Legal Class 7. We won Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. So closed out the World Championship. We got the National Champion and the World Championship. So it's a very, very nice feeling. Last year came in second place. The year before came in, I believe it was third or fourth. So, you know, each year getting better, which is awesome. But finally got that chip, and it couldn't have gone any better for us. So everything worked out just the way it did. Just the way it did, just the way we wanted it.
Sponsors or anything you want to say?
Yeah. Everything worked out just the way we wanted it to. I want to say a big shout out to Velocity Powerboat, Scott McCormick. They built the boat, they set the boat up. The boat is freaking awesome. And then I also wanted to say a big thank you to Dirt Legal as well. They do titling, and they help out a lot with like your side-by-sides, getting them registered, so go check them out. But I want to say thank you to them and appreciate them for letting us be out on the course.
All right, Johnny, how many years have you been racing in Key West?
In the Key West, my first year was 86, 40 years ago. But my first year here, when I worked in the race engine shop, was probably like 82, 83 when I worked here and was working on engines and stuff. But this is my 40th year boat racing.
You had a pretty busy week. Tell us what happened this week.
Yeah, not what we planned, you know. With the factory stock boat with Caleb, boat's running good, everybody's in the hunt. Just got squeezed a little bit when we got into the back of the rooster tail on Willie's boat. I mean, not his fault at all. He's out front, but we were so close to him, it climbed up the roost, and jackhammer pushed us over a little bit, and we're racing deal, I guess, you know.
Yeah.
Blew it over. Thankfully, everything's good. The seats, the money that's been invested in MTI's boats for the cockpits and the seats we have, walked away from unscathed, you know, held us in tight, locked in, and that was awesome because I'm going up in the air. It's like, what are you going to do?
Yeah. You got out of the factory stock boat, and just pretty soon after you climbed in the Pro Class 1 boat,
yeah.
Pothole Heroes boat. How was that?
Yeah, it was fine. It was fine. You know, you just walk it out and you move on, and thankfully no one was hurt. And we're just getting better with this boat. It's coming along. We still got work to do, trying to figure some things think we progressed through the week. At least in my eyes, we did. Our finished results don't necessarily show that, but what we've done and how we're performing with it. We had a good start, but then we took in some water in the first turn, and you get behind, and it's pretty hard to make up. We were making ground on 222 in Willie's boat, but making ground on them is one thing, getting around them is another in these tight courses. But all good.
Well, we appreciate you, Johnny. Coming from a true professional.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
Congrats.
to see you, Trish. Good to see you. Thanks.
Let me know if my picture breaks up because I'm behind the fire truck.
All right, guys. Fire. Yeah. Go. Congrats, fellas.
They're on me, so we can go right now.
They're on us. Good job.
Good job. And we got second championship. Nick, you did? Yes.
John, we're live. Come on over, guys.
Go.
No, Nick. Stay.
Super Stock World Champions. Tell me how you feel.
On a different world, different planet, I think. Where are we at?
Oh man, I'm just so happy to have this guy standing next to me. You know, when you go through a lot of bull, let's say BS, okay? People quit on you and people say they just want to have fun and go back to winning. Well, I've won my whole life, but it's a lot of friggin' work. And man, I have such a great team behind me. It was so much work. This guy came in, he's a different driver from when we started to right now. He's amazing. And I'm just blessed that we were able to build a boat that's good enough for him to win it. And it's been a lot of work, but SDR Powerboats won Key West and Super Stock after one season of development. And we're not done. Nick, my boy, finished second and helped me win it. Come here, Louie. Team Bermuda, enough said. Without him getting second, I couldn't win, so I was rooting for him in the front. I'm like, come on, Nick, get it. All right. First weekend together, this guy is a true professional. The team did an amazing job. They had 99% of the work done already. Just 1%. We make it work together. True pro right here. I just want to do it. Oh, man. This guy's an animal. He's an animal. Thank you, US. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you.